We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional land of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we as beneficiaries of the treaty must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. Rules of decorum at a council meeting. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach members of council if they are seated in their council seats. The public, unless invited, is not permitted to come into the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. This evening we have absent Councillor Hall and Councillor Harrigan. Virtually participating we have Councillor C. McGregor. There are 3 disclosures of pecuniary interest. Item 12A, the application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment for Sheila Campbell Van Boxtel and Herman and Brody Van Boxtel by Councillor Story. 12B, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment for D. Brad Farm Limited and Barbara Bradley, conflict by Councillor Story. And we have a conflict by Councillor Crew on item 18A, the Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw.
Pardon me, Madam Clerk, it was 11A, not 12A.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to Planning Services.
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the mayor will ask if there's anyone present other than the applicant with an interest in the application and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if someone present other than the applicant indicates an interest in the item, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the application other than the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. 6, the applicant will be asked if they wish to address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regards to each item. Notice, if any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made an oral or written submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of council's decision must submit a written request to municipal clerk. Thank you.
Planning 11A, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Sheila Campbell Van Boxtel and Herman and Brody Van Boxtel, 10824 and 10830 Vassic Line, Harwich, South Kent. We have a conflict of interest by Councillor Story, and no deputations were received by the clerk's office.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson, can I get you put to the floor, please?
Happy to move it, Mayor Caniff.
And second it.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor. All votes are in. Motion passes. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. 11B, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, D. Brad Farm Limited and Barbara Bradley, 6092 Rivard Line, Community of Dover, North Kent. We have a conflict of interest by Councillor Story, and no deputations were received by the clerk's office.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Jubenville and Councillor McGrail, can I get what's on the floor, please?
I so move.
And I will second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. And the final planning application, 11C, application for zoning bylaw amendment 2490107, Ontario, Inc., and Timothy Campbell, 1 Dufferin Street South and 4 Mill Street East, Community of Tilbury, West Kent. There are no conflict of interest and no deputations were received from the clerk's office, but I understand someone may be present tonight.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant and or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Sorry, yes, if you come up to the podium, well, I guess Anthony's gonna give us a presentation, then we'll hear from you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The municipality has received an application for zoning bylaw amendment concerning properties located at 1 Dufferin Street South and 4 Mill Street East in the community of Tilbury. Maybe if they're not advancing, Judy. There we go. So the subject lands are located on the south side of Mill Street. They're located east of Queen Street in Tilbury. Both parcels are owned by the applicant, and through this application are intended to be developed as a single parcel. Their lands are currently vacant. They're a little over a half acre in area. Some context for the surrounding area. To the north of the subject lands, across Mill Street, is a gas station, car wash, and a commercial plaza. Beyond that is residential uses, different densities, so there's an apartment and then single detached dwelling lots. Directly west of the subject property, sorry, the map before council, the property is identified in the bold white line. Directly west of the subject property is an automobile repair station. Beyond that is a vacant parcel, and beyond that is the main intersection of Queen Street and Mill Street. To the south of the subject property, there's 1 residential lot containing a single detached dwelling, and then to the south of that, there's a former railway corridor that's vacant, and then beyond that, there's a commercial establishment, and then on to mixed uses residential neighborhood though. To the east of the subject property is you're getting onto the limits of Tilbury, where Mill Street turns into Queen's Line. There's various land uses, some vacant parcels, residential uses, and then some commercial uses as well. So the lands are within the downtown Main Street area designation for Tilbury. The subject lands are identified on the map. The purple area identifies the downtown Main Street area. The lands are within the red circle, the top right corner of the map. The yellow area is residential area, and then the hatched area, which is difficult to make out, is employment area and highway commercial area. So the historic downtown core for Tilbury is primarily south of the subject property, south of the former railway corridor, along Queen Street. This is where you'll find uses that are intended for the downtown Main Street area, which is mixed use, predominantly comprised of retail, service, commercial, and residential uses. To the north end of the downtown Main Street area, where the subject property is a part of, along the Mill Street corridor, more typical land use or historic land use has been highway commercial type uses. However, this area has been evolving to more mixed-use, higher-density development over the past several years. A couple applications just to identify the council may be familiar with is a 5-story mixed-use development with 71 residential units west of the subject property that's currently under development, and then a project that was before council back, I think, in 2000 for an 18-unit standalone residential apartment, 4 stories in height. The subject property is zoned urban commercial, highway commercial first density. Again, this is consistent with the yellow area north of the former railway corridor. That zoning is consistent across these lands. There's several uses, up to approximately just under 50 uses actually, that are permitted as of right in the UCHC 1 zone. Just to give council a flavor of that, is mixed-use commercial residential building, eating establishment, automobile repair shop, contractor's yard, hotel, motel would be uses that are permitted as of right, amongst many others. Some of the regulations that control development within this zone: front yard setback of 25 feet, no side yard setback requirement when abutting a residential zone. So, for example, the subject property is not abutting a residential zone, so there would be no requirement for a side yard setback for development. Exterior side yard setback of 10 feet, maximum building height 11 meters, 36 feet, so approximately 3 stories, and maximum lot coverage 45%. So this is a conceptual site plan that was provided with the application. So the intent is to develop these lands with a 4-story apartment building, 5 units on each floor, so 20 residential units in total, and 25 off-street parking spaces that would be accessed with a single access from Mill Street. As you could see, the property or the subject lands are intended to be developed together. They are technically separate parcels. The building would be entirely within the parcel fronting Dufferin Street South, and the parking area would be with the parcel fronting Mill Street East. So to facilitate this development, the application is specifically proposing to rezone the property to a site-specific urban commercial, highway commercial first zone, to add an apartment dwelling as an additional permitted use, and to apply specific regulations, including a front yard setback of 0.5 meters or 1.64 feet, exterior side yard setback of 4.2 meters or 13.8 feet, maximum building height to increase from 11 meters to 12 meters, which would equate to 39 feet, and to exempt the development from sections 4.32, site visibility triangles, and section 4.17, 1B, landscape open space from the zoning bylaw. Here's an attempt to show a closer view of the proposed development. This concept has been reviewed internally by several departments, and the proposed zoning, meets the requirements of Chatham-Kent development standards. So the application has been reviewed in the context of the provincial planning statement and Chatham-Kent official plan, and is deemed to be consistent with the intent of these policy documents, and therefore it is being recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application file D14 TI 2925C to rezone the lands known as 1 Dufferin Street South and 4 Mill Street East in part of lots 22 and 36, or 23 and 36, Plan 191, and part of lot 18, concession 4, in the community of Tilbury to a site-specific urban commercial, highway commercial first density zone, exception 1758, to add an apartment dwelling as additional permitted use, and to apply the following regulations to an apartment dwelling use. 1, front yard depth minimum, abutting Dufferin Street South at 0.5 meters. 2, exterior side yard depth minimum, 4.2 meters. 3, maximum building height of 12 meters. 4, exempt the property from section 4.32 site visibility triangles. And 5, exemption from section 4.17 1B landscape open space to permit the development of a new 4-story apartment building, approximately 3,300 square feet in area, be approved, and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions of administration regarding this report? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, you want to call the,
If you'd like to come forward to do your deputation, I remind you, you have 5 minutes, and the timer will be on the screen for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellent presentation, I have to say. I'm not going to do anything quite as good as that. But recently, I did purchase the adjacent home to where this property is located. And some of the concerns I have, I did put it in an email to the clerk, but it may have gotten there late. And I think it would be much better in explaining my concerns, being that I'm not a public speaker. But just to give some bullet points, I feel that the height of this building, which is amended from what the regular height normally is, will present issues of privacy, and it will sort of block the light, the natural light in the area from my home. I think that the setback is also a concern because it's being changed from 7.6 meters to 4.2 meters, which means that is going to be right up on the property that I have, and I have concerns. Some of those concerns range with where will the refuse or garbage be located? Is it going to be right in my home where I'm going to have to deal with additional rodents and smells and that sort of stuff? That is a concern. Another concern has to do with parking and the additional traffic. The area on Dufferin Street that the two properties are located extends maybe about 70 meters, and it's already heavily congested with the new Domino's that's in there and the auto body or the mechanic shop that is there. Again, I have questions about, stormwater and the way that that's going to be managed in terms of runoffs from the building and that sort of stuff. In terms of noise, light, and public safety, we're adding 20 potential units into a space that was typically designed to be a single-family home. So I do have some concerns for that. I do have young children that live in this home. And the overall impact that the construction of such a property is going to have, I think, will be quite noticeable in terms of quality of life in our home. Dust, noise, what times will the project be worked on? Those are all concerns that I have. And I just wanted to come and present those concerns and hope that council would understand that when I bought the property, my understanding was that that vacant lot would be another single-family home like mine before this zoning change was requested. If further information is needed, I've written a detailed email, and I ask you to review that if it is possible. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Is the applicant here? Seeing no hands. Council, do you have any question of administration regarding the deputation we just heard? Oh, sorry. Yes. Would you like the floor to speak?
Well, I just had one comment regarding the gentleman. I'm not sure what the gentleman's name was for the abutting neighbor, but my name is Anthony Piplo. I'm an agent on behalf of the ownership. He had mentioned that he just recently bought the property. I'm not sure when that was, but isn't his property not zoned residential? Isn't it a legal non-conforming dwelling unit that's there? I just wanted to confirm that.
Anthony, would you have the answer to that?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So, yeah, the abutting property that the gentleman just spoke, it's zoned the same. It's UCHC1, so it's the same as the subject property. So a single detached dwelling is not permitted as of right under that zoning. So the existing dwelling does have legal non-conforming status.
He just recently purchased the property under the assumption that it was going to be more single-family home developments in that corner area, which I don't see how, if it's not zoned that way. But anyways, I just want to acknowledge that I am here to hear, and our application is made such that we have the technical information presented to council and your worship today, and looking forward to moving ahead on this file.
Councillor Anderson and Councillor Doyle, can I get you put this on the floor, please?
Yep, I'm happy to do that, thanks.
Council have any other questions?
I don't know if I want to second this one.
Councillor Doyle, did you have anything?
No, I'm not gonna second this one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councillor Scotchy, will you second that, please?
So seconded.
Councillor Juvenile, you had a question.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's any way that the applicant or if we could address any of the questions that were asked by the deputant? Like, is there anything that he asked that we can answer him? Any questions? Or?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, Councillor, there's a couple aspects of that were questions that were raised or concerns that would be dealt with at the site plan control stage. So if the zoning is approved tonight and the development was to move forward, then first the applicant would be required to pursue a site plan control application. So elements like stormwater management would be dealt with at that time. Lighting plan would need to be submitted with the application, and a servicing brief would be required. So the technical aspects of the development would be covered. The garbage, as identified in the conceptual site plan, would be on the other end of the parking lot. So I'm not sure if that was noted or observed before. So, but that's something we could also look at. But I think that that's probably the best location for the garbage at this time. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Just so you'll be able to get some answers to some of the things that you asked tonight. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Anthony, at what point do we put a green space? Like, how many units has to be built before they get a green space?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Don't believe there's a requirement for green space. Any space outside of the parking area and the building footprint would need to be a landscape. There is probably about, so the setback to the neighboring lot, which is a residential lot, is a small setback that's proposed to the zoning. But that's at the shortest, maybe I'll show the site plan, but that's at the shortest, well, if Meredith, to get that working, but it actually, there's a greater setback as you get closer to Dufferin. I know it's a little bit hard to tell, but so there's a greater setback towards Dufferin Street where the building location is. The property line is on a bit of an angle. I would estimate that's probably about 3 meters at its deepest point. So there's opportunity for additional landscape elements to help protect the two land uses or the properties. So.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I'm just curious on the front, let me go back here. Reduction of front yard depth minimum abutting Dufferin Street South from 7.62 meters to 0.5 meters, which is over 7 meter reduction. Is that normal for us to go that close to the edge of the property? And is that going to be 0.5 meters from the sidewalk then? Like half a meter from the sidewalk is where the building is going to be?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's I would say this is a unique sort of situation. I think that this area, as it evolves, the application itself is to facilitate development that is consistent with the land use designation and the zoning. When we look at the front yard setback, a zone I would say that's more appropriate for the downtown Main Street area would be the urban commercial central business district zone, which doesn't require a front yard setback. But for this site specifically, I think it's not an area where there's uniform development. It's a constrained lot that's currently vacant. For any development to occur outside of its past use, which was a single detached dwelling, there will need to be certain measures to address the zoning regulations of the UCHC1 zone specifically. I forget, what was the other question? Sorry.
And is the 0.5, is it gonna be 0.5 meters from the sidewalk on both Dufferin and, Mill Street? Because it says a proposed sidewalk on Mill Street, so it'll be basically 0.5 meters inside both those sidewalks.
The 0.5 meters?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the building, that's from the property line itself. If you give me a second to look. So the sidewalk would be beyond, on the other side, to the west side of that property line. If that
Okay,
makes.
so a little bit more than the half meter then. Okay. Okay, no, I was back and forth on this one quite a bit, so I didn't know what it was gonna do, so I didn't want to second it, but thank you very much.
Councillor Sakatchi?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and through you. Anthony, just out of curiosity, would this be an application that would be kind of, I guess, best described as infill planning? Is this what you would call infill planning for this this site right now?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I call it infill intensification. It's redevelopment of an underutilized parcel to a higher density than what previously existed. So it's consistent with, infill intensification.
So with the challenges in Tilbury, would it be better to, to do infill properties instead of expanding outwards from an infrastructure standpoint?
Certainly, I think, and especially in the downtown Main Street area, I think what's indicative of the zoning approach that I just explained, where there's 0 requirements for setbacks, which is more aligned with the downtown Main Street area. That's the type of development that's targeted for the area.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes, thank you, Judy.
No worries. All votes are in. Just looking. Motion passes 15-0. We'll now move on to deputations. This evening, Council, we have 26 deputations received for tonight's agenda. I'll just go over them very carefully. You were emailed them at 12 o'clock noon today. So for email only on item 15A with regards to the Ontario Land Tribunal appeal, terms of settlement for 50 Indian Creek Road, we had one from Jane LaBute. Hers also included comments for item 18A. On 16A, the golf cart pilot program from Erieau, we had one from Marie Anderson. On item 18A, Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw, we received emails from Catherine Martin, Cody McPherson, Christine Hewlett, Colleen Lewis, Jen Tremblay, Lori and Ken Melnick, Maureen DeBain, Sylvie Laurente, and we also received a petition that was forwarded to Council with over 800 signatures. Over 600 were Chatham-Kent recognized. And in addition, Councillor Bondi just handed me an additional petition this evening. This petition is in support of Council proposal to maintain safe distances between homeless encampments in residential areas. And there were approximately 125 signatures on there. I did not have time to quickly look to see if they were Chatham-Kent residents or not, but there were 125 on there. Next, we'll move to the Zoom call. We have one deputation on the Zoom call this evening. Her name is Susan Rive, and it is with regards to item 18A, Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. Susan, are you there? Susan, I see you on the Zoom call. Are you there? Okay, maybe we'll come back to Susan after we do the...
Oh, I'm here, sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Hi, Susan. You're welcome to do your presentation now. You have 5 minutes, and your time starts when you start.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, members of council, and fellow residents of Chatham-Kent. I just wanted to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address my concerns to the committee. I live with my parents in the building right next to the Grand Ave Encampment. I do want to say I don't have ill will towards anyone in the encampment, and I don't have any judgment. As a year ago, I was very close to being one of them until my parents allowed me to come back with them. But I do want to let you guys know what it's like as an experience being next to the encampment. So it started the Friday they all started moving in. The tents are going up, and all of a sudden you could hear screaming. It was from one of the residents of the encampment yelling at someone that lives in one of the homes that backs onto the property about how they are invading their privacy. But how can someone in their own backyard be invading the privacy of someone that's just setting up their tent? If someone's in their backyard, that is not invading anyone's privacy. So that was a very heated exchange that we could hear on a 6th floor balcony in the next lot over, which should not hear it that high up. And the yelling has not stopped since. Almost every day we hear some kind of something going on over there. But there's also an increased amount of traffic, which is a safety risk. And yes, there's more police presence, but that also puts people on edge knowing that there's always that presence there. Like it's hard to live comfortable like that. I've had to call in emergency help twice. The first was for an ambulance. When my mother and I were sitting outside, we could hear screaming, call an ambulance, call an ambulance. I discussed with her, I was like, should I call? Because we were told, don't be calling emergency lines for the encampment any longer. But I did ultimately decide to call an ambulance. But along with the ambulance came increased traffic, just vehicles, foot traffic, both on the encampment property and next door at the apartment building, which is actually private property, and that should not be happening over here. But that is a safety risk. That's more people, more ways of getting injured. And that encampment is not here to be an attraction. Like, they're not like some zoo animals sitting there for people to come look at. They are human beings, and they don't need to be drawing in all that extra attention. It's a safety concern. The other emergency issue was having to call the police just last weekend for what honestly sounded like a domestic issue. You could hear a man and a woman doing a lot of screaming, name calling, threats going on, called in to the police. They showed up, never got out of the police cruiser. They just went over a loudspeaker, said, we're here if you need any help. And when no one came out, they left. The thought in my head was, what if somebody got injured during that altercation and couldn't get themselves out of their tent? Were they just supposed to be left there? If that was us, the police would be knocking on our door, remove someone from the situation. Why does that same courtesy not happen to them to get them out of the bad situation? The other concern, the gravel path that runs through there. It was the safest place to go for a walk without the increased traffic. My father and I walk there every day, the two of us as well as with his dog. Now you're being told we can't walk there, it's an invasion of their privacy. I walked on the sidewalk on Grand Ave heading towards Taylor just 2 weeks ago, walking the dog. A gentleman comes out on his bike, almost plows into me, as well as run over the dog. I did say something, I asked him to watch where he was going, and he told me I was in his way to get out of his way. So we can't walk the gravel path. We can't go on the driveway to walk because it's traffic. Can't walk on the sidewalk. Are we supposed to say, shut up inside? Because we need to accommodate them? No, it's a safety concern, and they need to have respect for the community. They do not. But also, I'm concerned for their safety. They have structures built around their tents, can easily fall over, hurt somebody. It's hot outside. There's no cooling stations. They have nowhere to get water to keep cool. It's a safety concern. There's no shade for them there. None of those things. Also, there's a convenience store freak in the neighborhood. They are now telling me they are afraid for their safety, their business, because of them always in there, and they've had things lifted off the shelves and left. We are constantly living in fear of whether we will go outside and have someone wandering around in front of the traffic, to be hit by a car. Are we going to step on something, come across the individuals we've all seen videos of in the car wash? Businesses have started to shut down. It's no way of life for any of us. It's not safe for them. It's not safe for us. I know there's got to be a solution to accommodate all of us. I just don't know what that is. But I know leaving this here is not the best solution. Thank you for allowing me to have the time to address the concerns.
Thank you, Susan. Now we'll move to the deputations present in the room this evening. First of all, item 15A, the Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal, Terms of Settlement, 50 Indian Creek Road West, Community of Chatham. We have one speaker, Gary Oriette. If you'd like to come forward. And I'll remind you that the 5 minutes is on the screen. Thank you. Right in, there.
The only speaker. All right. I can just start. All right. So basically, in regards to 50 Indian Creek Road West, and I want the homeless encampment people here to know your issue does not fall empty on me. Okay, like I truly empathize with what you're going through, and I'm so sorry. My issue is we have 50 Indian Creek Road West. It's a low-density property, and there was a request back in January to change the zoning to high density. So that request was for an 87 unit apartment building. Council met regarding this and put 2 reasonable requests out. They made a request that there be an updated traffic study, and they also made a request that the area be expanded so there could be more community consultation. Instead of following that request, the developer went right to the tribunal and did not come back to council. 4 members of the community, including myself, so 4 altogether, we registered as participants with the Ontario Land Tribunal. This led to a closed-door meeting for a settlement agreement, okay? So just so you have an idea of where we came from. The settlement before you, we were given 2 days to prepare this document to have a conversation in a public forum with you guys. 2 business days to do that. In total, I was given 6 days. I'm not good at math, but six days. The requirement as per the Planning Act is that we were to be given 15 days notice for any zoning change, and that includes even as part of a settlement agreement. We weren't given that 15 days. There were other members of the community that spoke and at the last meeting, and they're supposed to be given written notice also of any zoning change. That did not happen. The Planning Act states in section 34, 15 days for any zoning change, and then 20-day appeal after. Now, I recognize that Bill 23 that's being shoved and forced upon you guys is a difficult bill that you guys have to adjust to, and I recognize that. But legislation is meant to be challenged. All laws are meant to be challenged. Just because it's being forced doesn't mean it can't be challenged, okay? There's violations that occur all the time, and bigger people that get paid much more than me make those types of decisions and say that there was a violation here and this is not right. And I think Ford has demonstrated that some of his decisions are not the best. I'll just leave it at that. So the 15-day agreement, we were given like a 2-day or 6-day, 2 business days. It clicks the legal box. That's all it does to say that they've done it. So I'm going to switch over and I'm just going to talk about some reasons why this should be denied, okay? 87 units is still 87 units, okay? At the end of the day, when it came back to settlement, there was 1 floor that was missing, the 9th floor, which was a community party floor. That's now gone. We're still gone from 9 floors to 8 floors, but there's still 87 units. No, I'm not going to make my time here. So, 8 reasons to simply say no, it doesn't fit the neighborhood. They say it's mixed residential. There's nothing about it that's mixed residential. They say infrastructure can handle it. Shoving a watermelon through a hose is not proper. 50 years ago, that infrastructure, Mr. Bondi said at last meeting, was that infrastructure made 50 years ago to handle that? I think not. The traffic study, the updated one, is a 1-day study, really, on a Wednesday. The height reduction, 87 units is still 87 units. The land transfer, which is an agreement that you guys will receive some free land. I don't know, but history dictates that giving free land to the government doesn't work well either way, right? So I just think that's not right. There's a little quid pro quo here going on. It just doesn't sit right with me. Free? Really? Almost sounds like a bribe. So anyways, doesn't comply with the official plan, doesn't comply with the public input. There was zero public input, and I'm the only one here today, but there are other members. So my final appeal is let it go back to tribunal, please. Let us fight this. You guys don't have to. You don't have to listen to a bully. You don't have to listen to an entitled child.
Thank you, that's time.
Thank you.
Council did get your full deputation though. Next speakers are under item 18A, Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. So we'll start with Kevin and Nancy Kurtz. On deck is Mary Lou Mushin.
Hi, and thank you for the opportunity to let us voice our concerns. My wife and I live on Taylor, the east side, so we back right onto the encampment. So we've watched in the last couple of weeks the encampment's growing, and you know, things are going from bad to worse. You've got a lot of sympathy for these people, and I understand how complex a problem this is to deal with. But things just aren't working there. It's important to acknowledge that we're taxpayers, and we're backing onto this, and this has turned into our kind of mess here. For many of us, our homes are also part of our retirement savings, so pretty much ours is getting tanked by the day. You want to cut me a break? Like, cut my taxes down correspondingly. Now, the small houses, tiny houses, I guess they have been filled, have they? There are people in them now? I don't know. But anyways, we're kind of curious about these transitional houses. Like, how are people selected to be put into them? And actually, what's happening for the near future in terms of any more housing being considered? Anything out there for any kind of effective addiction treatments? I've heard a lot of proposals about this, decamping each morning and setting the camp out again every night. We just can't see that working. Where are these people going to go every day? Currently, right now, we got 2 porta potties back there for a lot of people, you know. That's just not sufficient. I guess another proposal is setting it back from 10 meters to 25 or 50. I don't think that's going to work either. It's just moving the problem back a little bit. Anyways, I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mary Lou Muschik, and on deck is Mike McPherson.
Mayor Kenneth and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. If you refuse to protect the rights of the residents and businesses now, then the new hub is all for nothing. The goal is not to look pretty. It's an investment we decided collaboratively that was good for Chatham. Why? To help economic growth here by attracting new business while providing a safe, attractive, adventurous, fun-filled place for families to want to relocate. We are geographically golden, located in the center of 3 major cities, which provides great educational opportunities as well as a quiet peacefulness to slow down. To completely ignore the voices of this entire city and leave havoc behind all locations that they've left is setting us all up for failure. Shame, repeating the same negative behavior and expecting a different outcome isn't just ridiculous, it's negligence. We're the voters. We picked you, council. We voted for you to be our voice. Act and send this back for better options, with the most reasonable being Irwin Street. Location with just 17 trucks per day? This is considerably less than Grand Avenue East and 0 residents nearby. If anyone has taken the time to go take a look at that property, the amount of shade for these people is spectacular. We have a dangerous situation unfolding before our eyes. We've had a business with a fire, an overdose that unfortunately resulted in fatality, break-ins, theft, bantering to the residents, human waste, indecency, and most recently, apparently, the apartment building received theft of all their tools. One business is already shut down. Do we need to wait for more? The only balance that we will accept in Chatham proper is to get these encampments away from residential properties. Our children have a right for a safe environment, free of visual and auditory trauma. To say the stairs are better off in residential area is nonsense. Boston University published an article, "The Role of Perceived Belongingness to a Drug Subculture Among Opioid-Dependent Patients." This was published in the Psychology of Addictive Behaviors. It asserts that belonging to drug culture reduces motivation and engagement in treatment and ultimately treatment success. What you are proposing with these encampments is people zoning, no matter how you twist this. Yes, convenient for Rock to have everybody in one place to provide services. However, it's time the services go to the people with mobile units possibly. Does Rock have any success stories at all? Is there data to provide? And I leave you with this, a quote from Buddhism for Chatham proper. Don't make the mistake of being so understanding and forgiving when you overlook the fact that you're being disrespected. Thank you for the time.
Next speaker is Mike McPherson. On deck is Paul Gotes.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, councillors, and residents of Chatham-Kent. My name is Mike McPherson. I live on Winfield Crescent behind the Public Utilities Commission property on Grand Ave East. I'm here urging you to relocate the encampment immediately. I sympathize with those facing homelessness, but its placement near our homes is causing chaos and fear. We need action now to move it to a better location for the safety of our families and for the unhoused. Within 2 weeks of the encampment arriving, over 140 police calls overwhelmed the Chatham-Kent Police Services, as Chief Kirk Early reported on July 28th. That's 140 reasons to move this encampment and 140 reasons that this was a huge mistake. Recently, I stood in my backyard with my 3-year-old daughter, Ruth, and we heard a woman from the encampment yelling profanities and threatening violence over our fence. Then I saw a group come and tear down her tent and stab sticks into it, trying to hurt her. We called the police, and it took a long time for them to respond, leaving us shaken. I believe that more people in the neighborhood will see the only way to solve this is through violence. I'm scared that my daughter will be exposed to more violence. My daughter and the children of this neighborhood are in danger every day this encampment stays. No child should grow up fearing her own backyard. Rock missions are making things worse. They are handing out needles to encampment residents without ensuring proper disposal, leaving biohazards scattered near our homes. A 2022 study in the Journal of Public Economics found that syringe exchange programs in rural areas like ours can increase opioid-related deaths when not paired with a safe injection site. Rock's actions are reckless, and we're paying the price with dirty needles and rising crime. The Chatham Soccer Club's John Foster spoke at the last meeting about parents pulling kids from their practices near the PUC due to drug paraphernalia and public drug use. This isn't a safe environment for our children. The municipal encampment protocol bans camping within 100 meters bans camping within 100 meters of businesses, but allows tents to be set up 10 meters from my daughter in her own backyard. Why are families less protected than a business? I support Mayor Caniff's motion for a 100-meter setback from residential properties. Enforcing this would move the encampment to a safer spot like Thames Grove. I've recently heard that Thames Grove is not an option because they have a disc golf course, so I guess Frisbee is more important than my daughter's safety. Relocate it there or anywhere that protects the children of our community. Over 1,200 residents signed a petition to move the encampment, and 1,800 more demanded change. At the July 28th meeting, neighbors voiced fears for vulnerable loved ones. The soccer fields might have to close down. The community garden, I've seen homeless people stealing things from it, so that might be obsolete. And people are afraid to go for walks. A 16-year-old girl working at the ice cream truck had to call because somebody overdosed. That's not fair. The people of this neighborhood will continue to flood the police department with calls and the counselors with calls until we feel safe. This isn't going away. My daughter's only 3, and I'm scared every day I step outside with her. If Hope Haven's Lori Bailey is right that encampments reflect a broken system, then don't let the system break our neighborhoods too. Relocate this encampment tonight. Don't defer this to another meeting in September. Every day you delay, my daughter and others lose a little more of their safety. I urge residents to continue to speak up and sign petitions and call the police and call your counselors till they change this. To the council, do your jobs. We won't stop until our children are protected. So do your jobs and protect our children. And move this encampment. Thank you.
Next speaker is Paul Gotez. Is Paul here? Okay, we'll move on to Renee Giannoli. On deck will be Caroline Stewart.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, community. My name is Renee Giannoli. I'm the executive director at ROC, Reach Out Chatham-Kent. I'm here again to speak on behalf of those experiencing homelessness, and more specifically, those currently located in the encampment at the Public Utilities Commission on Grand Ave. These are community members whose voices are least heard when we sit in this room debating what is best for all residents, despite the fact that they are among those with the least amount of privilege, resources, or opportunity to speak for themselves. And yet it is their lives that will be most directly shaped by the decisions made here tonight, and I am very humbled and grateful to be in a position to advocate for them. So the last time I was here, I spoke of anger and where to direct it. I reminded you then, and I remind you now, we are not talking about a location. We are talking about people. We are talking about people with trauma, people disproportionately affected by COVID, people who, regardless of their personal history or choices, have human rights that deserve to be weighed equally to anyone else's. When you make decisions tonight about how far they should be kept from what exactly, other people, businesses, amenities, I hope you remember that these are not abstract issues. They are human beings like you and me. Tonight I want to share, though, with what we at ROC have been seeing and doing at the waterworks, the name the residents prefer over encampment, which carries too many negative connotations. So we recently contracted another person with living expertise who is themselves a resident of the waterworks. They are our point person for encouraging daily cleanups, distributing harm reduction supplies, and identifying individuals who may need extra support. They actually requested 5 extra large garbage bins to make cleanup easier and organized a system to alert residents if their site needs attention. Our outreach workers confirmed that the site is being consistently maintained. Residents report feeling less crowded and more willing to work with us to make necessary changes. For example, when the fire chief requested that the residents contain themselves within a certain area for safety, every person moved within days. Those within the 5 meters of the walking path relocated as well within days. Most of all, or most importantly, 2 of our people with living expertise approached me recently to help establish a resident-led leadership team to address behavioral concerns and larger group issues. They are building their own democratic system of guidelines and accountability, a clear demonstration of their commitment to safety, order, and mutual respect. And now to address the elephant in the room, the videos circulating online. I've not watched them. I find it distasteful and disrespectful to post footage of people at their most vulnerable moments for public consumption. These incidences are not unique to this location, nor are they a direct result of the relocation. People experiencing psychosis live throughout our city every day. Every day. They are just simply not always caught on camera. Overdoses occur daily here in Chatham-Kent. In June of 2025, alone, the whole of Ontario saw 195 suspected drug-related deaths in 1 month. I would encourage everyone to redirect their shock and awe to the system that is so broken that 6 families each day in June were destroyed when they lost a loved one to a toxic drug poisoning. And my point about that too, and just for the other lady who was reporting about the overdose, it wasn't a death. The guy didn't die, by the way. So I encourage you, use your energy there, not towards that one man who, by the way, I happen to know and I care about very deeply, who just happened to get caught on camera overdosing. People overdose in our city every day. Every day. They're just not caught on a video, okay? So it has nothing to do with the encampment. Those 2 are not directly correlated. So to exploit these realities through shock videos to attempt to sway political decisions is morally reprehensible. And I hope no one here allows such content to replace thoughtful, compassionate decision-making. All in all, with some time to adjust, we consider the new location a success. We do at Rock. Keeping in mind that success looks different for everyone. You want success stories? I have a ton of success stories. They just don't look like what the community wants about, you know, the miraculous Hollywoodized version of, oh, I'm no longer addicted and I'm, I'm this great member of society. That's not what it looks like for us. Success looks different for everyone. In my world, success means people are more stable and we can get back to the real work of walking alongside them. I urge you to remember that one option available tonight is simply to not force another move. Forcing people further away from services or onto marginal, unsuitable lands only adds barriers, deepens trauma, and makes it harder for us to do our work. Again, thank you, everybody.
Next speaker is Caroline Stewart. On deck is Garfield Romes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What a beautiful summer we are having. At least it was until July 11th. That's when tents mysteriously began appearing at our beautiful, beloved, pristine green space at the Waterworks, now known as the PUC site. When City Council moved homeless and some drug-addicted people to Victoria Park Place and in effect the surrounding neighborhood, I would like to think you had good intentions and thought it would work. Some of you admit it was a colossal failure. So now, 3 years later, on the sly, on a Friday in July, someone started moving a large encampment from Thames Street, where they destroyed that property, to the PUC site. How many more times would the same mistake be repeated? It was public knowledge that the encampment needed to move by July 14th. So nobody in City Council or the mayor thought to ask where it was going. Our neighborhood was outplayed because we didn't even know the game was afoot. At the emergency meeting, Council threw out Paxton's Bush and Thames Grove as possible sites. With that, you pitted good neighborhoods against each other. I guess the strategy was to have us fight amongst ourselves instead of us coming together as one and get encampments out of any residential neighborhoods and demand 100 meters from any private property line, just as other cities in Ontario have done. The water tower at Irwin Street has no homes around it. This is where the encampment must go. The PUC site is home to Chatham's only water treatment plant, and it's just a matter of time before it's breached. Walkerton's water was safe too until it wasn't. The thousands of people in our neighborhood obey laws and pay taxes. We are the majority in this fight. Our feelings, our needs, our wants, our health, our welfare, our mental well-being, and our safety and security should be what matters most, period. Rock and Kim Cruz should adjust to what we, the taxpayers, want and not the other way around. Most of us chose to live here because of this big, beautiful green space, and we want it back, and we want it back now. It seems the only place the homeless, the drug addicted, and encampments are directed to are lower and middle-class neighborhoods. If the encampment is not suitable for wealthy neighborhoods, it's not suitable for any neighborhoods. And that, friends, is called people zoning. Thank you.
Next speaker is Garfield Romes. On deck is Gavin Stewart.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, 6 years ago, my wife and I moved from Toronto to a city that we thought safer for us to raise our 2 teenage daughters. All was going fantastic here in Chatham until July 11th, when the homeless encampment moved into our backyard. Our home is located on Winfield Crescent and backs onto the PUC property. In terms of square mileage, Toronto is much smaller than Chatham-Kent and much more densely populated. But in all my decades in Toronto, I have never lived as closely as I am now to people who are drug users and who have made a habit of disobeying laws. What has made it even worse for us is that they were brought here with the approval of the city itself and cared for by agencies of the city. Now, we feel less safe than when we were in Toronto. Before July 11th, we never had locks on the gate leading to our backyard, but now we have locks and chains on the gate. Our fence was once a marker showing us where our property line extended to, but it has now become more like prison walls because we have to keep all access to our outside locked and chained at all times, lest unwanted individuals try to enter our property. This has made life stressful for my wife and daughters. The report that is being recommended to council tonight is skewed in that it looks at the positives of having the encampment at the PUC site, but no negatives, while it points out the negatives at the other sites on the list. There's no mention of the soccer field, the community garden, nor the hundreds of people who use the walking path on the PUC property. We ask the city to move these campers to a facility where they can be cared for and provided with the essential services that they need. The encampment is not beneficial to the campers, businesses, local residents, nor the hundreds of people who enjoy walking on the CK pathway. For the benefit of this entire city, please remove the encampment now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gavin Stewart. On deck is Karen Cumming.
Hello, Mayor and councillors. I purchased the lot to build my home on over 31 years ago. I based my choice in part on the location of the lot. It was about a block away from the PUC Waterworks property. I was told that there would be one more street of homes between me and the PUC property. Over time, it became a very nice park area where children could go to play safely. People, young and old, went there to walk, run, bike, rollerblade, play soccer, baseball, fly a kite, or just relax. The city even put in a nice crushed stone path as part of the CK Trails. What a lovely park. Suddenly on July 11th, our beautiful park was invaded by a group of homeless people, many of whom are drug addicts and lawbreakers. The park is now unsafe for children. The soccer leagues have been forced to stop using the park. My wife and I used to walk through the park several times a week. Now we feel it is too dangerous to walk in there. And if that's not bad enough, we don't even feel comfortable in our own house. After dark, some of the homeless have been seen coming out of the PUC property into our neighborhood, trying the doors of our cars and houses to see if they can get in. I can't understand why these people who don't pay taxes and are known to be problematic are being given more consideration than the people in the surrounding neighborhoods who pay their taxes and have worked so hard to care for their prized homes. The mayor himself told me that this is the wrong place for this and that it must go, but there it still sits. I live a block away and I'm very uncomfortable with this situation. I can't even imagine how worried the people living on Winfield backing onto the PUC property must be. If you have any empathy at all, I can't imagine you would think that it's fine to have this encampment permitted only 10 meters from somebody's private property line. There has to be a more appropriate place for it that would work better for the homeless and not be near anyone's private home. Please look for a more reasonable solution. Thank you.
Next speaker is Karen Cumming. On deck is Larry Hutchins.
Before starting the timer, I want to state that the deposition was sent with a slideshow that I wasn't allowed to use. So we made copies to share that you all have there, and I'll wave my hand to let you know when to turn the page. Mayor Caniff and members of the council, my name is Karen Cumming. I am here tonight to share my experience of the encampment at 325 Grand Ave using pictures. Without any warning, without consultation, without the inclusion of this council, a month ago, unhoused from downtown were given an eviction order with 3 choices for relocation. The author of the eviction order remains a mystery, but the arrival of tents was not. The public was quick to react. A petition got close to 2,000 signatures in under 2 weeks, asking the encampment be moved. The CK police were inundated with 911 calls. In all cases, we were told that there was nothing that could be done as the unhoused were in compliance with the bylaw. We persisted and you called a special meeting. Article 6 was added. There is to be no more than 1 tent per person, that all personal items be stored within the tent, and that all items be removed following notice. Also, Article 8, that administration hires an additional temporary bylaw officer to enforce these amendments. Mayor Caniff proposed distance barriers for encampments from homes and businesses. We hope that you honor the councillor's proposal for 10 meters from recreational pathways and 25 meters from construction. Late on Friday, Ms. Crew released her report. Ms. Crew previously stated that she works at the direction of the council, who directed the administration to hire a bylaw officer. Yet security guards are recommended, who by definition possesses no authority other than any other private citizen with regards to enforcement. As Ms. Crew has opened the door to considering other alternatives, we suggest hiring a special constable through the CK Police Service at an estimated cost of $75,000, less than the $238,882 for security guards. The constable would play a key role in keeping neighborhoods safe, be able to work with all encampments, work with ROC to help with the encampment cleanup, and liaise with both the housed and unhoused in the community. A much better choice from both a financial and functional perspective. As a council, you have the ability to send the recommendations back and ask for a change that would be more appropriate now and in the future. We have been told that there are unhoused people who will never be able to transfer to assisted housing. Ms. Crew's report shows that the 32 people who enter homelessness, 8 re-enter from housing and 2 return from inactive, which means 25%. Yes, 25% have been unsuccessful for whatever reason. Also, it means that 5 of the 19 in outflow may come back, perpetrating the cycle of funding and refunding the same individual multiple times. Charitable organizations in Canada spend on average about 23% of their budgets on salaries and benefits. The 2024 ROC budget reports shows a shocking 44%. That's 44% expense in this category. As money seems to drive recommendations to council, maybe we should be looking at different ways to spend money we already have before asking for more. Another cost is cleaning up an encampment when it is let go. You can see the garbage, and it has only been 1 month. Sarnia spent almost $1 million to clean up Rainbow Park. We need to learn from the downtown encampment and keep the garbage under control regularly in accordance with Article 6. Security guards are not going to be able to do this. We take exception to Ms. Cruz's suggestion that Grand Ave be considered as an option for long-term use. We are hoping that council is more forward-thinking. Consider this site as a transitional until you are able to find a more appropriate option similar to Shelter Village in Thunder Bay on a site determined through true public consultation and bringing services such as Hope Haven and Rock out of the downtown area and away from residential areas. Please look at the map of 325 Grand Ave. The red X's are not accessible as they are behind the barbed wire fencing on the PUC property. The yellow star shows the red barricades at the end of the encampment. In Ms. Cruz's proposal, she notes that DEIJ-informed approach does not ignore community concerns. So please hear us. Our first preference is that you move the encampment. But if 325 Grand Ave is to be the transitional encampment, please look carefully at the map.
That's time.
Oh my God.
So council did receive it. Thank you. Next speaker is Larry Hutchins. On deck is Liz Valley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Council. I'm here before you tonight to speak on item 18A, the Homeless Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. The bylaw appears to be basically sound and would work with a 100-meter setback. However, that would leave no municipal space available for an encampment. That leaves the question of which location is the preferred location. The PUC property on Grand Ave East or the water tower on Irwin Street. Both sites have benefits and drawbacks. The key question is which works best for both the encampment and the existing community. The Grand Ave East site has sports fields, green space, used for children playing, walking dogs and athletics, walking, running, and biking trails, and quiet space in our busy city. These are all traits that led to the exclusion of Thames Grove Conservation Area from the recommendations given by administration. The Irwin Street property has a water tower fill station that is used on a regular basis. The concerns that administration have is the trucks are a safety concern for the homeless and the distance from the city core, which is solved by existing bike lanes and urban transit on Richmond Street. This creates a dilemma that on its surface pits breaking the existing bylaw of no encampments in areas where there are sports fields and playgrounds versus safety for the encampment users. This is a difficult decision for council unless they consider one solution not brought forth by administration. That is protective fencing at Irwin Street. Fencing would allow trucks sufficient space to enter and turn while protecting the safety of encampment users. This solution, while preserving the Grand Ave East property for its intended use by the local taxpayers. It would be a minor inconvenience for the trucks, but it would be a big improvement for the community. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Liz Valley. On deck is Sheila Moore-Martin.
CK News today put out a survey for Chatham-Kent residences and basically asking if we support the option of keeping the encampment in its current location. 13.67% said yes and 86.33% said no. That's 2,927 voters. Just saying. That was at like 5:22 as well, by the way, today. We want the encampment gone. It's completely inappropriate, irresponsible, and insane to leave the encampment where it is. I could go through a long list of reasons why, but you were already made aware of these reasons at the last meeting, and many are giving you more reasons today. We didn't sign up for this. It is not our responsibility to come up with solutions for this problem. It's yours. We hired you all to take the lead and deal with crises as they arise. And this is a crisis. It is our job to tell you when things are going badly. It is your job to fix it. That said, I'll offer a suggestion. Take our taxpayer, our $53 million, and turn the Sears building, which we already own, into a detox, rehab, and then back to life, back to work center. If someone is breaking the law and they get arrested and they're intoxicated, they go into a detox facility instead of a jail cell. Once they're of sound mind and the drugs are out of their system, they can either go into a rehab program or deal with the consequences of their crime. We, of course, need actual consequences to crimes, but we'll work on that in the future. I do want to make a note. The lovely lady over here had mentioned about rights, but let's keep in mind, guys, like when somebody breaks the law, some of their rights go away. And we have people continuously breaking the law, and there are no consequences to that. I know this isn't popular. This isn't a popular idea, especially with the majority of council and administration. But you know what? Too bad. We're in a crisis. This is an emergency. A pretty new workplace is not an emergency. This is an emergency. And thank you. I do want people to keep in mind, because I know downtown is not ideal and probably not popular, but I do want you to keep in mind with a facility like that, you would have security, you would have professional employees that would help take care of the people, both in and out of the facility. So we would be protected as citizens as well. We also own other properties around CK. This means we have resources to provide enough shelter for people who are down on their luck and need help. And these encampments cannot continue. I'm sure the majority of CK citizens do not want CK to become a homeless sanctuary. This doesn't mean that we don't care or don't have compassion. In fact, I'd argue that we do have more compassion because we do not think that people staying in their despair is caring or compassionate. What would Jesus do? Would he sit with them and love them? 100% yes, he would. But he would not just leave those people and leave them as they are. He would heal them of their sicknesses and their demons and propel them forward into a beautiful life. We are not Jesus, but we do not have to leave things and leave people where they're at. We need to make it more difficult to live a life on the streets and make it much easier for them to get the help that they need to live a better life. Either way, the message is simple tonight. Move the encampment. This is step one. It's a Band-Aid, I know, but it's step one. Any encampments that currently exist need to be 100 meters from residences and businesses. The people in my neighborhood are fed up. People all over Chatham are fed up. People all over Chatham-Kent are fed up. It's time that you guys start listening to the public. It's time you change your mindset and become leaders. It's time to move that encampment. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences and actions that come out of this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sheila Martin. On deck is Stephanie Schill.
Good evening, Mayor, municipal councilors, and citizens of Chatham-Kent. My name is Sheila Moyer Martin. Your job is to lead, your job is to help, and your job is to listen. The number one issue in our community and the number one issue on citizens' minds is the homeless. Councillor Bondi's motion says that the homeless, neither of these encampment proposals or motions offers a long-term solution. Councillor Bondi's motion says that the homeless must pack up their belongings each morning and they can only camp out at night. Is this realistic? No. Where are they going to go during the day and how are they going to cart their belongings? The mayor and other councillors made a motion and amendments to create this bylaw. Does it make sense? No. It basically says that the only viable option is for the encampment to remain at the PUC. Apparently, the other sites were not suitable. Besides that, it also involves hiring more security and more surveillance. Why? That field is so big, a security officer better have eyes in the back of their head and be a fast runner if there's an incident. What exactly is the security team going to secure? The business across the street? So you want us to pay another $240,000 each year for more security. This is insane. Security and surveillance are not the solution. Building more cabins does not solve the problem. Sure, it houses the homeless, but it doesn't give the drug addicts any help for their addictions. We've already spent close to $5 million to build the Park Street Emergency Cabin Project. Operating costs are $2.2 million each year. Do we really want to pay for more cabins that are supposed to be emergency housing? So I repeat, your job is to lead, your job is to help, your job is to listen, your job is to come up with a solution that solves the problem, a long-term solution. Have you consulted with mental health and addictions professionals? These homeless people desperately need help. Most of us watched the video of the man on drugs who damaged the dog and car wash. That man was out of his mind. He needs help. We didn't get the provincial money to build a heart hub in Chatham-Kent. We desperately need one. Sarnia got the money. They will receive $18.9 million over 3 years to build a heart hub with 30 transitional beds. Why can't we build our own heart hub? I feel like a broken record, but we don't need a new civic center when we have a good enough one right here. We can fix this building for $20 million and use the other $30 million wasting at Sears to build a heart hub. We don't need a shiny new workplace for the mayor and CK staffers. Drug addicts should not be housed with other homeless in the cabins who are vulnerable seniors, vulnerable, disabled, and those with mental illness. Drug addicts need specialized individual care. Kingston has an integrated care hub with 70 beds and 30 rest areas. It offers harm reduction, consumption and treatment services, overdose prevention, supervision, and counseling. It was built in 2020 and paid for with provincial funding of about $5 million. The annual operating cost is $3 million. This is what Chatham-Kent wants. This is what Chatham-Kent needs. More security and surveillance and more cabins are a waste of taxpayers' money. CK citizens are already stretched to their limits. Our resources must be used wisely. We need an addictions treatment facility to truly help people. We need elected officials to use common sense and conservative spending for real solutions based on the greatest priorities in our community, the homeless. Neither of these motions are solutions, and neither of them help anyone in the long term. The municipality already owns Meadow Park Nursing Home. It will be empty in less than a year in spring of 2020, once the new long-term care facility on Kyle is built. This property, Meadow Park Nursing Home, could be used to help individuals with addictions and mental health issues. Please build a homeless and addiction recovery treatment hub, a heart, right here in Chatham-Kent. This is the most economically feasible and compassionate solution.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stephanie Schill, and on deck is Bill Routliff.
Hi, so before the time starts, I did submit photos to the email. I've never done this before, so I don't know if you can see them or not. If so.
So no, they were emailed to council, so council has access to them.
Okay, perfect. So one photo is a man with a beard. It's my father. I had a great childhood, and he's a wonderful man. He loved me and he raised me well. The picture of the coffin with two girls standing in front of that, that's addiction. The picture of the young man with the young child, that's my youngest daughter with her dad. He was a great dad and he never missed time with her. The picture of the men carrying a coffin, that's addiction. The pictures of the beautiful young woman with her hat and her toque, That's my daughter, who's smart, talented, kind, funny, and full of life. The unrecognizable picture of the girl on life support, that's addiction. Her home was the encampment. You need to hear me not as a statistic, not as a headline, but as a mother living in a war zone that you walk past every day. Encampments are not compassion. They are not kindness. They are a slow motion coffin. I've watched my own child live in one. By her early 20s, addiction owned her. I have sat by her ICU bed, praying for one more heartbeat. I stood at my own door, hearing her cry and beg to come in my home, and I couldn't open it because I had other children to protect. I've driven past her on the street corner, forcing myself not to stop because I knew that dollar in my hand was another bullet in the gun of her addiction. Families who love addicts know the hardest truth. You have to set boundaries to save them. If families can find the courage to do that, society must do the same. I've been to the encampments, and the truth is ugly. Some want help and can't find it. Some refuse the responsibility of a home, and some get housing only to break the rules and come right back. One man told me, "Why would I pay thousands of dollars in rent when I can live here for free?" Encampments are not a way out, they're a trap. They keep people just comfortable enough to stay where they are. Tents, sleeping bags, hot meals, and handouts. We call it help, but it's enabling. When you keep someone alive but addicted, you aren't saving them. You're stretching out time until they die. Encampments are dangerous for the entire community, hubs for drug trafficking, violence, theft, and exploitation. Overdoses happen in plain sight. Needles end up where children can find them. Parents have to explain why someone is screaming at a voice only they can hear. Encampments fail the people inside them and erode the safety of everyone around them. I had to stop enabling my own daughter to give her a chance to hit rock bottom. Yet as a city, we are enabling entire camps. Here's the cruel irony. When a parent gives an addict child food, money, or shelter, we're told we're enabling them and we're harming their chance at recovery. But when a community gives these people tents, meals, and supplies, it's called compassion. The label changes depending on who's doing it, but the damage is the same. We need boundaries, we need consequences. We need to make the road to recovery easier than the road to stay in a tent. That means dismantling the encampments. Yes, get rid of them. Enforcing consequences for repeat setup. Building detox centers with real capacity. Funding rehab programs that last months, not weeks. Putting social workers on the ground who walk people into treatment and never let go. And delivering mental health care without deadly wait lists. Stop pouring millions into services that keep people alive just long enough to die. Start funding the exits that actually save them. Places like Rock Missions don't help. These organizations only survive if the problem does. If the problem's fixed, their funding's gone. Encampments don't fix homelessness or addiction. They put it on display and call it compassion. Handing out blankets and soup may feel good, but it keeps people sick. If you truly want to help, stop making street life sustainable. Make recovery the easiest option. Put every dollar into permanent exits, not temporary survival. Encampments are not hope. They are waiting rooms between life and death. So please, for the sake of every mother lying awake at 3 a.m. praying that their child sees another day, stop enabling this. Start saving lives, because if you don't, there'll be more faces on pictures like the ones that you'll see tonight. These are somebody's someones. And next time you hand a homeless person money, food, or clothes, know this: you might feel righteous. You are feeding, but you are feeding the very thing that's killing them. You're not saving them, you're not helping them. So I say this with every ounce of strength I have left as a mother who's fighting for their child's life. I wouldn't wish this battle of loving your child and hating an addict on anyone, but enough is enough. Dismantle the encampment and start genuinely helping these people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Routliff. On deck is Paul Gotes.
May I have permission to step into the well?
Deputations are received at the podium.
So I may not step into the well? May
No.
I just step into the well when I speak?
Nobody will hear you without the microphone.
I've got a pretty good Sergeant Major voice, but okay. Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Bill Routliff. I'm here to talk about this issue. I'm going to spend first few minutes talking about me, giving you some idea of who I am, where I come from, and then I'm going to talk about us. So, my father served in the Second World War, fought in Europe. I put on the uniform. I served for 7 years on behalf of this country because I love Canada. I went to places in this world that you cannot imagine, and I saw depths of human suffering that would curl your hair. I buried 3 of my closest fellow soldiers in arms before my 20th birthday. And I stand here because I love Canada, and I look around me, and I know you love Canada. And what I can say to you as Canadians, we can do better. I didn't put on a uniform to serve. You aren't here because you don't care. We can solve this problem. I hear people talking terrible stories that have touched my heart this evening. People criticizing council saying it's your job. It's not, it's our job. So what I am here to propose this evening, that as Canadians, we form a multiple disciplinary, multi-level organization. There's people talking about Sears buildings, raising money. We have a chance to solve the homeless problem in Chatham-Kent. And I put this to you, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. I'm paraphrasing John F. Kennedy, and I'm not afraid to steal good material. We can do this if we put our minds to it. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take years. But I look around me, and I know that you people care because you are Canadian. What do? We mobilize everything we can. Social media, anything that works, we generate money, and we get on the road to recovery. And yes, the homeless encampment is not a good idea. It's not the way forward. But, as is said, it's a step in the right direction. Let us steel our hearts and look into our souls. Some of you are Christians. Most of you, I assume, believe in a greater power of some sort. Look inside there and know that together we are stronger. We are greater than this problem. And when we solve this problem in Chatham-Kent, we will be a beacon not only for Canada, but for the world. And is this not a worthy objective for us as Canadians? Can we not aspire to leave our country better than when we came? For those of you with children and grandchildren, for people who are afraid to go out of their homes, this is not right. I defended your rights in uniform for 7 years. My father fought. But we defend everyone. Your rights and your children's rights are just as important as the encampment people's rights. But it's not an either-or situation. We can work together. We are stronger than this. We are greater than this. And so I come today to beseech you to look into yourselves, to agree that we can solve this problem. That's what I'm asking for you this evening, is just to beg to consider the fact that we can actually solve this. Keep that hope in your heart. Let us move forward together into a more just and equitable society that addresses the needs of a 3-year-old girl who wants to play in her backyard and not be worried about mentally ill and addicted people, and they are broken. But I believe when we are judged St. Peter will ask you one question. And the question that he is going to ask you is, were you kind to my creatures? And we can do this. Let kindness, love, determination, and a love of Canada guide our actions. And we cannot fail because this is Canada and we are greater than the homeless problem that exists. I know it. Thank you.
Thank you. One more call for Paul. Paul Gotez, is he here? Okay, Mr. Mayor, that finishes our deputations for this evening. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. This evening on the consent agenda, the following reports have been pulled to be voted on separately. Those items are item 14A, the tender award contract T25227, Thames River Slope Stabilization, Thames Street, Community of Chatham, has been pulled by Councillor Jubenville. Item 15A, the Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal, Terms of Settlement for 50 Indian Creek Road West, Community of Chatham, has been pulled by Councillor Doyle. Item 16A, the Golf Cart Pilot Program from Erieau, has been pulled by Councillor McGrail, Councillor Doyle, and Councillor Sakachi. Item 18A, Chatham-Kent Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw has been pulled by Councillor Bondi and Councillor Doyle. And item 18B, the Chatham-Kent Housing and Homelessness Community Plan Annual Update, has been pulled by Councillor Story. Therefore, in the consent agenda to be voted on with one motion are items 14B, C, 15B, C, D, E, 17A.
Councillor Anderson and Councillor McDonald, can I get you to put the consent agenda on the floor, please?
I am happy to move that. And I'll second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
We'll go to item 14, tender awards.
14A, tender award contract T25227, Thames River Slope Stabilization, Thames Street, Community of Chatham.
Councillor Jubenville and Councillor Crew, can I get you to move this, please?
I so move. I second it.
Councillor Jubenville, you had some questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. A few residents have just reached out to me to ask me how this came to be, when it came to be, just to give a little brief synopsis of, because this was the trigger that forced the movement of the previous encampment to where it is now. So just a general overview of what is happening there.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this project is part of our DMAF flood mitigation program. Is required to implement erosion protection and stabilization of the existing shoreline. This work started a few years back, so I think in 2022 we were undertaking some studies of the area just to confirm and scope the problem. We undertook an EA, which was completed in fall of 2023, that assessed what solution we would go with. And then detailed design has been underway through 2024 and 2025 to this tender, which is before you for award. So this work is to construct a high sheep pile wall to reconstruct the slope that's there. It's at risk of failure, and so this is necessary works to provide some erosion protection and shoreline stabilization for this area.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a reason why we're doing it now and not, like, why is it happening right now, I guess is my question.
Yeah, certainly. So this work has been under study and then design for a few years now. We have secured all the permits that are required, including permits through DFO. There is in-water works that is time sensitive and temperature sensitive. So work will begin within a few weeks that is necessary for us to do work in order to commence the actual construction on this slope. So it is time sensitive for us. Work would be happening through the fall and then continue through next spring for completion.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just had a few other questions too. Councillor Jubenville asked several of mine as well. But if I'm understanding correctly, we received that funding in 2019. There was a report in 2022. And if I'm understanding the report, this went out on June 26th for tender. So how long before that tender were we discussing this planning?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the EA was completed in fall 2023. Through there, we initiated detailed design, which was underway through 2024 and until this point in 2025, which we completed the design and were able to tender it.
Thank you. I think the concerns that we've heard from the community, and many of those I share, is that I think if we're doing this process in the future, we could have started this consultation at that time. Even June 26th would have been a time frame that would have provided a little more time for communities to be able to prepare their deputations and consultations. And I think that I'm still not clear, in light of the circumstances. I know it's not a typical process to notify council for tender awards outside of it coming to council for our approval, but I do think it's safe to say this is not a typical property or a typical situation. So I do wonder why council was not informed ahead of time if we knew months to years in advance this would be happening, and what work that needed to be done and what the impacts of that work would be on the Thames Street encampment. I'm just not sure why we weren't part of that planning.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll address your question, Councillor, due to the fact that it does have to do with the homeless encampment that was at Thames Street. And so, as I have mentioned before, we provided notice to the individuals who were at that encampment, and it was up to the individuals to identify where they were in fact going to move. We did not have the information in advance, and so we did not know where those individuals were going from. So I hear your concerns, and we've provided as much notice as we were able to, and we've tried to mitigate issues and concerns as they have been raised to us.
Thank you, Jody, and I appreciate that. You may not have known, but clearly senior administration knew this was happening. So I'm really struggling, and I know that the damage has been done, unfortunately, with this, and I raise this. I don't mean to harp on it, but I raise it because the process and the resulting removal has caused a huge amount of controversy in this community, and it has eroded public trust in council and in administration. And I can't understate the damage that this process of this property removal has done on so many levels. And again, what's done is done. I'm very disappointed by how this was handled, and I'm hoping that this can be avoided in the future. So perhaps the next question would be, I'm not endorsing this, to be clear, but would the Thames Street property fall within the current encampment protocol?
Thank you, Councillor. I need a bit more clarification. Because of the construction that is currently there, it does not meet our protocol at this time, which is the reason why we had to relocate individuals, because of the construction that was taking place related to the slope stabilization.
Okay. Well, I think if I could make a request perhaps to Mr. Dubin that, sorry, I apologize, I have one other question. Are there any infrastructure plans for the Thames Grove property, the PUC property, or the Irwin Street properties?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Presently, there are no construction purposes or things on the go for the Chatham Water Treatment Plant as we speak, but there could be an expansion of the water treatment plant in 4 to 5 years, and nothing new is going to be happening on the Irwin Street property.
Well, I hope we're not talking about this in 4 to 5 years, but is there any infrastructure construction or related work being planned at Thames Grove that we know of right now?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. So just in closing, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak, but I think in good faith for future infrastructure projects, and I'm happy to make a motion to that effect, but hopefully I don't think that's probably necessary, is that if there are future infrastructure projects that impact homeless encampments, we have to know ahead of time. We have to have council as part of that discussion. We have to have council informed, and I know that may not be a typical process for tender awards or construction projects, but I think in light of how this has been handled and how this has happened and unfolded in our community, I'd like to request that if this happens again, that it's handled differently. Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-1.
Item 15, Development Services.
15A, Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal, Terms of Settlement for 50 Indian Creek Road West, Community of Chatham.
Councillor Doyle and Councillor Allen, can I get you on the floor, please?
No, I will not put that one on the floor.
Okay. Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Allen, can I get you on the floor, please?
So moved. And seconded.
Okay, Councillor Doyle, or sorry, Councillor Allen, I'll go to you, and then Councillor Doyle. Me. Councillor Allen, you're good? Okay, Councillor Doyle? Followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So I guess I'll start off with just one question that arose from the person that was doing the bylaw. Sorry, I forget his name. He said that we're supposed to give 15 days notice for all speakers and participants with regards to this. Would that be true with what he was saying there?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The statement was not accurate. The letter, I reviewed that today, which accompanied the deputation. It referred to Section 3418 of the Planning Act. That's the section that refers to giving notice of a passing of a bylaw when council passes a zoning bylaw. Council's not passed a zoning bylaw on this file yet, therefore there has been no notice of passing of a bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that up. And then I guess, so with regards to the last meeting, there was a lot of people that gave deputations on that. None of them were in favor of that for multiple reasons. To me, we're kind of shoving this into a neighborhood that it doesn't fit at all. So I'll read again. I read this last meeting too, but I'll read this again. Right out of the bylaw, the planning bylaw, it says, so this is number 23425. The municipality will consider applications for infill development, intensification, and redevelopment of sites and buildings, including brownfield or formal institutional sites, through intensification based on the following considerations. Then I'll jump down to F. The proposed development is compatible with the existing development standards and physical character of the adjacent properties and surrounding area. Specifically, intensification proposals should re-inspect and reinforce the existing physical characteristics of buildings, streetscapes, and open space areas within an existing neighborhood, including heights, massing, and scale of proposed buildings. Provide adequate privacy, sunlight, and sky views for existing and new residents, and screen any loading or service areas from adjacent properties for proposed developments that require such aspects. That entire neighborhood is 1-story and 2-story homes. And we're planning to plop down a 9-story or potentially 8-story apartment building with 87 units in a very small area. So to me, this does not meet the planning bylaw. So this shouldn't be considered as a spot. Like I could see 3 to 5 stories, but there's no way that an 8 to 9-story building should be put in this spot. So I pulled this because I can't support this whatsoever unless it was a lot smaller. And I guess if that's the case and council doesn't support it, it goes back to the tribunal. if I'm correct, and then the property owners would have their right to argue at that. Is that correct? Can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, as far as process, this matter, the zoning bylaw matter, remains before the tribunal and will remain before the tribunal until a conclusion of this case. What's before council tonight is a recommendation to approve terms of settlement as a result of a tribunal-led mediation which occurred last month. The other alternative, should council not proceed to settle on these terms, is to move to a hearing on the merits of the application. At that point, the decision would be made by the Ontario Land Tribunal upon hearing evidence at a hearing, and there's 5 days set aside for a hearing in early December of this year, if that's the case.
Thank you very much. That'll be all for me, but yeah, I definitely won't be supporting this one. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you. I understand the crowd's not here to hear me opine on Bill 23 or the Ontario Land Tribunal, so I'll try and be rather brief. But when we don't take action or deny an application, it goes back to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and it meets planning justification. I don't want to put you too much on the spot, but what's the general practice of the Ontario Land Tribunal when it comes to moving ahead with densification projects that meet our own planning opinions?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The Ontario Land Tribunal is a quasi-judicial tribunal. Its members are appointed by the Lieutenant Governor on a recommendation of MPPs. They act in, somewhat like a court. It's not a court, but I say that only to say that the member of the tribunal does rely on expert evidence to make its decision. So a tribunal member may hear from an expert land use planner, an expert traffic engineer, in any number of fields, and weigh that evidence against the municipality's own plans and policies, as well as the interests of the province, to render its decision in general.
Yeah, and I think we've all around this table seen those outcomes, and that in general, right now Ontario is in a phase where they want to build more housing. That's the province's goal right now, and generally those decisions are very favorable towards developers. And I said at the last meeting when we talked about this, when we make no decision or send things back or say no, and we put that in the hands of the OLT, we lose any amount of control. A decision will be made. And at times, maybe it feels good to say that to residents that are opposed to these projects, to say, hey, we're on your side, we're going to say no. But we know what's going to happen when that goes to OLT. So I think we need to be more upfront with what the realities of this process are when these things meet planning requirements. They increase densification, increase housing options in our community. When we consistently kick them back for appeal, that drives up costs and inevitably drives up cost of housing in our community. And I think that's something we want to avoid. So unfortunately, I think that we missed an opportunity at the first meeting to get those components that the community was looking for, those questions answered, and move forward with that application. And I think kicking it back to OLT and increasing everyone's costs is a bad idea. And that's why I'll vote in support of this tonight. And the next time we come up for one of these, I'll mention the OLT again and remind us all of where these practices get us. Thank you.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Bondy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Ryan. So if we vote in favor of a settlement tonight, then it does not go to the Ontario Land Tribunal for resolution. That would end this process tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. If council accepted these terms as recommended, it would not go to a hearing before the Land Tribunal on the merits. However, if this is the direction of council, administration would request the next available day for the OLT to consider the settlement agreement. Ultimately, the Ontario Land Tribunal has to also approve the agreement under this course of action as well. So there would still be time, to get a hearing date for the purposes of approving this agreement.
Okay, thank you. And the local residents who they're called participants in this process now, would they have an opportunity to participate in that stage of the process?
For clarification, to participate in a hearing in consideration of a settlement agreement?
Yes.
Or, yes. I might have to refer to Director of Legal Services on that one. I don't have the rules of procedure down in that level of detail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. A participant's right to take part in these hearings is actually quite limited. So what they can do is they can make written submissions, participant statements, which the participants have done, and that's really the feedback that the OLT takes. So if this matter goes forward to a settlement discussion, the OLT member may well acknowledge those participants, but really the scope of their participation is only limited down to those participant statements, which really is a reflection of kind of the province's changes to limit certain types of appeals and certain types of involvement from participants. So no, they would not really get too much involvement in the actual settlement discussions if this was approved.
Thanks, Dave. So just to build on that, does that mean they cannot have any party status at that hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Council, we're going maybe a little bit into the procedural steps here. And so just to draw a distinction at the beginning of a hearing, so everybody who made a submission at the statutory hearing had the opportunity to seek participant or party status at the hearing, and that stage of the Ontario Lands Tribunal process has already occurred. And there was 4 citizens who obtained participant status, which is really an opportunity only really to make some submissions, some written submissions to the Ontario Lands Tribunal member who will make the decision. But they could have instead chosen to obtain full party hearing and full party status, and that would have been bringing their own experts that Mr. Jocks talked about as well. But there were no other parties other than the municipality and the applicant. Those are statutory parties to this hearing. And then there were 4 citizens that were participants. So there's no further step to now become that party status. That would have already been decided in this case.
Okay, so that door is now shut on that front.
That's correct.
Okay. So when we talked about this at council a while back, we had 2 amendments or requests, the updated traffic study and the widening the consultation in the neighborhood in terms of, I think, to 200 meters. And the traffic study was done. But I'm not clear on whether the wider radius component of that was done. Can you clarify that? Thanks.
Thank you. That was not done. The applicant or the owner of the lands has not moved forward and had an additional public information center as requested by council. Effectively what happened is that a month or several weeks after that January 27th council meeting, the property owner, who was the applicant, exercised their right to make an appeal of a non-decision and move the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. At that point, the matter was out of council's hands as far as being the decision maker, and therefore that process that council had requested no longer was carried out.
Okay, just 1 or 2 more questions. Now, there was a concern raised to us by a resident about the floodplain aspect of the property and that there was underground parking. Is there any concerns about that from your perspective? Was the underground parking an issue in terms of the floodplain location? Thank you.
In terms of the building and site design, I rely on engineering and architectural experts as well as the regulators in this case, which are the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority. The building meets all applicable code and regulatory requirements regarding flooding, then I have no issue.
Okay, thank you. Now, not too long ago, we talked at length about our water and wastewater issues and the fact that we didn't have the Southwest Chatham quadrant as part of that plan, which limited the municipality's ability to support development and meet housing and employment targets. Now, does this property fit within that quadrant? It's sort of on the eastern versus the western quadrant, but I wasn't sure where that line was drawn in terms of our planning, our future planning needs.
Yeah, this property is not within that study area. That study area is further along the Bloomfield corridor in areas where any local servicing really does not exist at this time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And just to build on Councillor B. McGregor's point, I'm very unhappy that the province took this approach and limited public consultation and input through the implementation of Bill 23. And I think that it's limiting democracy and public's participation in the planning process, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Sakaji.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I agree with Councillor Doyle, and I'm sure I said this the last time we talked about this. It just seems inappropriate, the height, right? It's the 9 stories, which now is reduced to 8. That was really the problem, was the shadow effect of the building, just the sheer size of it in a very traditional, older neighborhood of 1- and 2-story homes. So it just seems like a bad fit. And that's pretty obvious to everybody. Not that it's a bad fit, but it's an unusual fit. I think it's a bad fit. What I find rather disappointing is I guess we didn't negotiate very well, because it went from 9 stories to 8, which is not, I think we were talking like 3 or 4 was the hope. So all this big city developer guy is taken off is the like the amenities room, right? So like the party room on the top floor. So I don't think, I'm not going to support it either. If we go back to the Ontario Land Tribunal, really, what do we have to lose? He only shaved off 1 floor. So, we don't have it's not like we're going to be giving much away, because he didn't give anything away. But he threw in a little bit of free land for the municipality, which I understand the speaker saying that seemed a little kind of quirky, which it does seem a little odd, but there's that. But really, it's the height of the building. That was a big concern for a lot of the residents at the initial meeting. Today we have kind of a bigger concern, so that might have prevented some of those deputations. But just because through negotiation, he's taken 1 floor off, I don't think it's good enough, and I think we could risk going back to the OLT. And if it costs the guy more money to develop it, that's part of the game, so I won't support it either. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Sakaji.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. And actually, I was going to point out the comment from the resident, but Councillor Bondi indicated it as well, just not in, I guess, the same type of manner that I would have in regards to the land. In case that wasn't read, can you just kind of go on what that piece of property is actually for, and that why the municipality is taking a piece of that land?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The municipality will be undertaking an update to its transportation master plan called the Mobility Master Plan. It will further review over the next year or two the future requirements for Chatham's and all of Chatham-Kent's transportation network. This would include roads, active transportation, transit, things of this nature. In the early days of this application, sort of coming forward to Chatham-Kent for some pre-consultation, and when the application was made, it became very evident and obvious that this is on its face a very logical location to consider an extension in the future of Chatham-Kent Street Network to the south between Queen Street, Charing Cross Road, and Kyle Drive South. There are no southbound right-of-ways, that entire stretch of the south end of the city, and this property, it was obvious this was a logical location. The official plan now recognizes that potential opportunity and has actually put restrictions on developing that 25-meter strip of land, regardless whether or not the municipality has ownership of it today. So during the tribunal-led mediation that happened several weeks ago, this was another public interest piece that entered that conversation, and the result is that the conveyance of that land is offered by the owner should the municipality settle at this time. Otherwise, it's likely that at some point in the future, the municipality may be compelled to acquire that land, through a direct purchase or an expropriation or some other means. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. In the official plan, that document that we're talking about, where that property was identified, do you roughly know when that was published?
Yeah. So the application for zoning bylaw amendment came from the owner in September.
Sorry, just in regards to our official plan, just that aspect.
It was actually on on receiving the application for zoning administration, I brought an application to council to put that in the official plan in advance of council considering the zoning bylaw amendment, just so that policy protection of that corridor would be in place before council dealt with any development regulations through zoning. So this was very recent, I believe in November, December.
Yeah, thank you. I just thought it was very clear that this doesn't bear on the actual decision. This isn't something that we're getting as a benefit to support this project. This is something that we've identified as a piece of property that's required for our official plan, regardless if we're getting it now or if we're getting it down the future, that no matter what happened, the individual, whoever purchases that property, even if it doesn't get developed, is not able to develop on that portion of property. And I wanted to make sure that that was stated and open, especially given the comments that were said and the comments that Councillor Bonnie just indicated. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other question. Oh, Councillor B. McGregor?
Yeah, I moved it, so I'll go back to the final comments. Just for clarity, if we voted no on this and it goes back to OLT, is it the original application at 9 stories without the addition of the parcel of land transferred to the municipality that would be decided upon?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's correct. It's a full restart at a hearing.
Yeah, I think that's important to note, and I appreciate Councillor Sakatchi's clarification on the value of that addition to the municipality. And I think it bears interest to point out on a night when we're discussing homelessness as a major issue in our community, that one of the things that has led to this as an Ontario issue is a lack of housing, a lack of even market rate housing that drives up cost. And it's through decisions at council tables like this in planning that drive up costs of building homes that has reduced that supply and slowly built this issue in our communities over time. So I just would caution us that when we make small decisions like this, they aggregate into very large decisions in this province, and that is one of the things that has got us here. Thank you.
Hey, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion fails 8-8.
Okay, we'll move on to item 16, Infrastructure and Engineering Services.
16A, Golf Cart Pilot Program, Erieau.
Councillor Doyle and Councillor Scotchy, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to.
Seconded.
Councillor Doyle, go to you, then Councillor Scotchy, then Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor, very much through you, Mayor. I think this is great. Erieau has asked for this, so it's awesome that it's coming to fruition at this point. We have got a lot of emails on this. I would say 99% of them that I've received anyways have been in full support of this. My only request to this, or actually I have a question first with regards to the 100 meter, or sorry, not the 100 meter, the $100 annual fee plus the $20 sticker fee. Because this is just, we're in the pilot project and it says that is just on what we're predicting to cover costs. Some of the other municipalities that are doing this have lower costs, so I would like to change our $100 start fee per year to a $75 start fee per year to mimic up a couple of other municipalities. Is that possible?
Can I get a seconder for that?
Can I just ask a question?
Is that a friendly
Just
amendment?
ask a quick question before I make it a friendly
Certainly.
amendment? Just to Mr. Quinton, the additional, is this full cost recovery, and would that $25 be then at the expense of taxpayers who don't have golf carts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the report, the $100 of the report was meant for set on a cost recovery basis. So if you're not going to recover all the costs, it becomes a taxpayer cost the rest.
So I guess it would be in 2 parts then, because I can't support that, so.
Okay, we'll put that aside. We'll put it as a separate piece and just vote on it separately then? Okay. Sorry.
It's not a friendly amendment?
No.
So I'll have to make an amendment.
Okay. Sorry, Liv.
See.
All right, so you're the mover. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
Is it?
To go to 75? That's
Yeah,
what
and
we're
so, sorry, just to be clear, I guess I didn't say this, but because we're in the pilot project and because we don't know how many people are going to sign up, my guess is it would be hard to figure out the exact cost recovery numbers. So could we do a $75 for the first year until we figure out the uptake in this program? And then if it needs to be adjusted for full cost recovery the following year, do with that?
You can suggest whatever you like, and the seconder we can discuss it, so.
Okay, so it'll be $75 for the first year until we figure out the uptake, and then we can adjust full cost recovery on year 2.
Councillor Juvenile, you'll second that? Okay. And Councillor Scotchy, based on what you said, you'd like that separated out?
Yeah, I'm okay with moving the entirety of the motion with the exception of the cost recovery aspects.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Doyle?
Nope, that's everything.
Councillor Scotchy, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question to Mr. Soldo. Edward, so because it is a full cost recovery, when do you think that all these bylaws and everything will be implemented, and do you think that it's something that's going to be able to be facilitated this year?
I'm going to ask our Director of Engineering, Marissa Mascara, to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, we would be able to initiate this program this year. It does run to the end of November, so subject to council approval this evening, we would be implementing the registration process in the next few weeks, issuing some social media and communications to the public so they're aware of how to register, and we would be able to implement it for the remainder of this season.
Thank you. And then just one question, not to put him on the spot, but to Chief Early. Everybody that has been, there's only been a few people that's been opposed to this, and one of the aspects of reason of the opposition is just in regards to enforcements, because they just want to make sure that if we are going forward and it's going to be a pilot project, that there will be some enforcements. I've said a majority of the people have indicated they're very supportive of this, but I did tell a couple of people that I would ask that question because it's come to me.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Sergeant Jason Herder was involved with the city developing the bylaw that you have before you. And then once it is in place, then we'll do education along with the city with regards to enforcement. When that enforcement would take place, we usually like to do that for people and not just spring it on them, especially with something so new. But yes, there will be some enforcement.
Thank you.
So the clerk is keeping me in line here, and the amendment that you put out, we need to vote on that separately to put it in part of this. So I think we'll divert over and start talking about the $75 specifically. And so any other questions regarding that, the 75 versus 100, we'll address those. So I've got Councillor Thompson and Councillor Wright to comment on that. So we're going to talk about this, vote on that, and then go to the overall.
Thank you very much. Gord? Is there an economy of scale, or maybe not for Gord, for somebody else? We'll see. Is there an economy of scale for licensing like this? I mean, when you build something, you know, the first one's expensive, the second one gets cheaper, the third one after that, and so forth. So that's what I'm asking. Is there an economy of scale? Would this get cheaper would that fee come down or go up based on the number of people signing up for it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From a licensing perspective, similar to business licensing, any of the licensing that we do are cost recovery, so we take into account staffing time in order to issue the license, if there's enforcement, all of those types of things. So I wouldn't say that the more that we get, the less time we spend, but again, if we're going to do it for a one-year pilot project, see what it is, we can come back to council to see if we're on track with the 75 or the 100.
Okay. So just roughly, how did you come up with the $100 number then?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I knew you were going to ask that because our manager of licensing said so. We have a spreadsheet that we use for business licensing where it has whatever departments are and the hourly rate, and then we average out, you know, is it 10 minutes to issue the license, to receive the application and apply the money accordingly. So, and then it comes out to a formula, and that's how we come up with how much it was. And
Okay.
I could get that to share with council if you wish about the timing and stuff, but that's how we came up with it. It's a formula that we use for other licensing bylaws.
Okay. Off the top of your head, what other licensing bylaws do we offset with taxpayer money?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say the only one that I can think of, two, I guess, is the animal control bylaw. And I believe the chicken bylaw, which is part of that one. When we came forward with the fees for the backyard chickens, we reduced that fee.
Interesting. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, just to clarify, the mayor is keeping me on track now. We did not lower the price for the chickens, so that one is still cost recovery, but the animal control, the dog tags do not cover the entire animal control contract.
Okay, thank you, but I'm not really worried about a golf cart chasing after me and biting my leg. So, and I appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, because I didn't remember the chicken one at all, so that's a good pull. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Is this an annual, like the season, or is it a year-to-date ticket sales? Like if we're going to do it this year in October, it's not much. It's pretty hard to charge $75 for a month or whatever they get. Like, I'm just asking, how's this getting judged? Is it year-to-date when you buy the license, or is it for the season?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it is proposed for the season, so it would be still from now to the end of November, just based on what Judy noted. There's still an effort for us to receive and process that application, whether it's for several months or a few months, so it would be proposed for this season.
Okay, well, I thank you for that, because I think the public should know when they buy it, it's only for the season, not for year-to-date. So, thank you.
Okay, any other, Councillor Doyle, would you like to make any other comments before we put this to vote?
No, just I guess when we did the chicken bylaw, they said it was cost recovery in every other program. I believe somebody that's no longer working here anymore said that all our bylaws are cost recovery. To get that, the following meeting, the dog tags came up and we were under cost recovery by, I think it was $719,000 or $800,000. So that's the reason the chicken bylaw is cost recovery, is because of that comment. Just want to throw that out there. But anyways, nothing else on this one. Thanks.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 9-7.
Okay, with that, we'll now move into the motion. So let's, the speakers list I had for that was, I was Councillor Scotchy, now Councillor McGrail.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. Just quick questions for Marissa. Since this has come up and people are more aware of this pilot program, and being Mitchell's Bay being in my ward, I've had many of conversations and people wondering why, why wasn't Mitchell's Bay part of this pilot program? Can you kind of just walk us through the process and ultimately whose choice it was to be part of this program, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So council had initially passed a motion in December 2022 for staff to make a request for both Mitchell's Bay and Erieau. So that request was made to MTO. At the time, I believe it was fall of 2023, the MTO had responded that neither community was accepted into the program. They were not accepting any communities into the intake at that time. Earlier this year, staff had MTO reach out, I believe it was in May of this year, specifically to discuss Erieau. So at that time, they were only looking at Erieau and looking at entering Erieau into the program. They didn't provide any further comments on Mitchell's Bay. And part of the report that's before you tonight does include staff to put forth another recommendation request to the MTO to consider Mitchell's Bay in any future intake in the pilot program.
Great, thank you. And I'm glad to see that recommendation number 5 does take that Mitchell's Bay into account, and hope that going forward there is interest within Mitchell's Bay to be part of this pilot program, and hopefully we can get them in there too. So thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
And just to note, number 4 is as amended, the user fee bylaw, and we'll get that changed in the user fee bylaw. Councillor McGrail. I'm sorry, Councillor Carmen McGregor, sorry.
Thank you, and yes, Judy.
Thank you. All votes are in, motion passes 16-0.
Okay, we'll move on to item 18, Health and Human Services. And with that, I will call up Councillor Story as the acting mayor, as I will come off to talk about, finish the motion that we put out starting last meeting.
So 18A, Chatham-Kent's Municipal Encampment Protocol and Bylaw, and while they exchange seats, I'll pass it over to Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Judy. I need to declare a conflict on this item 18A. Kim Crew, Director of Housing, is my daughter-in-law. I spoke to the Integrity Commissioner today and received her advice to declare a conflict on this item out of an abundance of caution to not participate in discussion or voting.
Okay, we are at 18A, Chatham-Kent Encampment Protocol and Bylaw. So we have a referral from last meeting. Want me to read this through, Judy? Oh, we'll go right to Mayor Caniff to discuss the referral from last meeting. Mayor Caniff?
Certainly. Judy, we put it on the screen. I don't have it written out to read it. I guess, well, as we're, okay, so this is just a continuation of our last meeting. We had about 10 points, 10 or 11 points we voted on, well, 10, and we deferred this one. So this is my motion. The current encampment protocols be amended for the city of Chatham to require encampments to be 100 meters away from private property line with a habitable residence, 100 meters away from any business, 25 meters away from construction sites, and 10 meters away from a recreational path. And I just, I want to kind of put in perspective for a couple minutes. I've been arguing for a while that this is the biggest issue that we deal with in Chatham-Kent is housing. And it's obvious tonight the passion that we have. For the last probably 2 months, virtually every meeting I go to, social event, anywhere I go, that's the topic. Somebody mentioned something. Everybody has a thought on how we can fix it. I wish I could sit here tonight and say, you know what, I've got the solution. We're going to fix this thing. We have a path to go there, and I just want to kind of briefly go through that. And through all of the deputations, we talk about encampments. You're right, encampments are not the solution. And that's what we're dealing with right now. So this bridges a little bit and balances the rights of residences and businesses. That's what this is doing. 10 meters away seems awful, awful close to me. So I'd really like to see the 100 meters. But the solution as we move forward is much more. Affordable housing, we talk about that. Cabins, we're looking at the cabins we just put in. There's 50 units put in there. That's going to enable us to move a few people out of that encampment. So hopefully in the next week or two, we can talk about, you know what, we've just housed a few people from there into that facility. So that's one thing. When we look at supportive housing, Ray Harper mentioned about 7 or 8 different places that we as the municipality are working on to create affordable housing, supportive housing. About a year ago, we had here at council a proposal to have 95 supportive units working with Indwell, which supportive units means that we put the help that we need in that building to help them get out of it. The federal government didn't give us the $12 million we needed, so that whole project fizzled out. If we had got that funding from the federal government, we would be talking about, we have a lot of units which would take people out of those encampments. Not all of them, but it would take some of them out. The big piece, as we talked about, we all know that there's some individuals that we're not going to be able to house. They need mental health facilities, addiction facilities. That is not up to the municipality of Chatham-Kent to do. We need the province to step up. We need the federal government to step up. If we have issues with the hospital, we don't suggest that Chatham-Kent go and build a hospital. This is the same thing. It's healthcare. We need the province to be stepping up. And it's not just Chatham-Kent. It's across Ontario. When you go, it's all across Canada. This is a very difficult thing we're dealing with. So I'm glad to have everybody come out tonight to express their opinion, because there's so many of them. I've heard a lot of opinions, and it's an issue that we go across. So with that, that's what was coming out of this, is the 100 meters, it starts to balance. And this is the start of that solution to moving forward to balance the rights. And I hope over the next couple, 3 years, we can talk about the supportive housing and those things. We're moving more people out of those encampments, because encampments is not a way to live. And unfortunately, that's where we're at right now. And I wish I could say, okay, we don't need encampments tomorrow. We need to have some place for those individuals to live. So with that, I'm going to stop and just, I'll hope that someone seconds it.
Your seconder, Councillor Finn.
Happy to second it with a friendly amendment.
Councillor Finn.
Item E, that as per the original protocol, that tents be located 2 meters apart from each other.
Is that a friendly
And I'm
amendment,
fine
Mayor
with that.
Caniff?
That's a safety issue as well. So I'm fine with adding an E to do that.
Councillor Sakachi.
I also just wanted to add a couple amendments in there too before discussion period, just to see if it's okay with the mover and a seconder. That the bylaw enforcement officers also be tasked with encampment-related bylaw issues that may arise on private property. And the second, that council provide formal direction to administration at no time to proceed with the purchase of any site for the specific development of a sanctioned encampment.
Councillor Finn, is that a friendly amendment?
I'm happy to approve that.
Councillor, Mayor Caniff.
I'm good with that.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Chair. So I have this kind of long amendment. This is the thing I didn't quite get to last time around, right? So I had sent that in. I don't know, Judy, do you guys have this?
Councillor Bondi, yes, we have it. We can add it as a number 2, 3, 4 to what's on the screen, if you'd like.
Sure. So do I just, you can just walk me through this. Do I just read this out? Like,
Yes, you can read that out, and then we'll ask if it's a friendly amendment of the two, and if not, then you can put that on as another amendment after we finish this one.
okay, great. Okay, so I move that this amendment, which was a motion at one point. Number 1, temporary shelters are permitted to be erected on municipal lands from 1 hour before sunset to 1 hour after sunrise by any person experiencing homelessness. Temporary shelters shall be subject to guidelines pertaining to location, size, and other guidelines that may be adopted by the mayor, council, or administration. Number 2, no person may use, occupy, maintain, place, erect, or construct, or cause to be used, occupied, maintained, placed, or erected, or constructed a shelter, tent, building, or other structure on municipal lands except A, as permitted in number 1 above, as permitted by permit, or by the authority of council. 3, a peace officer, a bylaw enforcement officer, a police officer, or any authorized agent of Chatham-Kent for this purpose may remove, seize, or impound, or cause removal, seizure, or impoundment of any property or thing that unlawfully occupies or has been unlawfully placed or left on municipal lands.
To the clerk, are all of those considered one amendment?
You can ask if it's a friendly amendment to the mover and seconder, and if not, then do 2 separate amendments.
Okay. Councillor Finn, is that a friendly amendment?
I would like it voted on separately, please.
Okay. Mayor Caniff? Okay.
Okay, so just for procedure, we'll now proceed with this, and Councillor Bondi, we won't make you reread it, but you can put yours on separately after this one's done.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Any questions or discussion? Councillor Doyle?
I just have a quick question and then a friendly amendment if possible. The question would be, so that we're adding on to the current bylaw that we already passed back in November, correct? Like this isn't the only part of it, I believe, right? If I could just clarify that.
Yeah, maybe I can address that. So just to be clear, we didn't pass a bylaw in November. We passed a protocol, not to be fussy about it, but it's important. But I think your point is this adding on to the original protocol that council passed? Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, perfect, thanks. And then I do have a friendly amendment, if it's friendly. encampments are not allowed on the PUC Waterworks property, Paxton's Bush, or the O'Neill Nature Preserve, Mud Creek Path, or Kingston Park.
Councillor Finn, is that a friendly amendment?
I would like that voted on separately as well.
Thank you. Mayor Caniff?
Yeah, because I believe all of those are excluded based on taking the 100 meters. But, so yeah, we vote on that separately.
Okay. So if any one of these hopefully passes, but if anything doesn't, are we allowed to bring back change to any of these, I guess?
Well, that's what I'm
So currently, this is on the floor. We'll go through this. We'll vote on this. If any counselor wants each one of these separated and voted on separately, we can do that. And then we'll see where we are, and then we'll move to Counselor Bondi, and then we'll see where we are, and then we'll move to you.
Perfect, thank you.
Any questions for, oh, sorry, Councillor Doyle, you did say you had a question, apologies.
Sorry, I did have one more question. Just from kind of some of the deputation we got, does the security company that we're going to be hiring, do they have the same authority that a bylaw officer would have? Just a quick question, sorry.
Maybe I can address that quickly. They would have the same authority once council passes a bylaw giving them that authority. So, yeah, so I think that there was a comment about that. So once we name anybody, you, as council, pass a bylaw appointing people as bylaw officers, then they have the authority to enforce that bylaw. So they would not today. We would have to come forward with their names, and then there would have to be a bylaw passed by council, which is done quite regularly at council for other purposes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jubenville?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question because I'm considering a friendly amendment to 10 meters from a recreational path. Would we consider CK Trails as a recreational path? If it is, can we make that 25 meters from CK Trails or a recreational path? I don't know if they're considered the same thing, but just to keep them away from any CK Trails.
Thank you. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. Councilor, just looking for a little extra clarification about what you mean by CK Trails.
So there's signage up at the existing encampment, and it's labeled CK Trails. So I didn't know if that was something specific that Chatham-Kent designates across the municipality, or if it's just some one-off that they've put up there. I don't know. I just assumed that we have designated some of our trails as CK Trails.
Through you, Acting Chair, I would, my suggestion would be that recreational path covers CK Trails.
Okay, thank you. Can we change that to 25 meters versus 10?
Councillor Finn, is that a friendly amendment?
Sure, I guess if we're going 25 meters from construction sites, the recreational paths, it can also.
Okay. Mayor Campbell?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I have one more question.
Sure.
Just regarding the bylaw enforcement. At the last meeting, we discussed hiring bylaw enforcement based on them having a certain skill set that would be able to address the people living in the encampments. I just want to clarify that if we go ahead with this, that the bylaw enforcement officers that will be hired will have a specific skill set to deal with the people living specifically in the encampment.
Maybe I can address that, Madam Chair. Yeah, so at the last meeting, I was asked how long it would take us to get bylaw enforcement officers. If we were to hire them as staff in our own organization, like we would fill positions, it would take longer because we would have to start from scratch likely in terms of the training. Part of the reason why we're recommending a the security firm that we use is because they already have some of that training. There'll be some additional training that they need, but we wanted to move as quickly as possible. And so to answer your question, yes, they would have that kind of training, and that's the reason why we moved in that direction, as opposed to, you know, starting from scratch off of the street. So they'd have to get additional training. As I mentioned last meeting, they'd have to get training in terms of being able to write citations. We would look to our friends, whether it's you know, CK Police or OPP and our legal department to help them train on that. And then we'd also do some training with the groups that interact with our homeless population so that they understand, you know, sort of some of the issues that they're dealing with. We also, look, we have to remain flexible. We don't know exactly what the needs are going to be. Someone made the comment in the delegations that I hope they run fast. Well, the intent is to have them work 2 at a time, at least initially, as they ascertain the needs. If that's not necessary and there's other ways that their safety can be assured, then we look at it differently. So the numbers that we're giving you at this point are you know, worst case scenario, I hope. But we're you know, we're hopeful that we'll be able to do that within the cost that we've identified. If I can, Madam Chair, one other thing, if I can mention, as you saw in the staff report, and maybe we'll talk specifically about the staff report in the future, but one of the challenges we have is staff have recommended not to use the Thames Grove property because it is within 100 meters of a recreational use, which I think it was Councillor Doyle who asked the question, you know, would the previous protocol apply? Well, that's in your previous protocol. However, you have the ability to change that recreational use. We don't have a contract, we don't have a license with any of those users. We have some individuals that go out and from time to time play golf. I would suggest that if the motion does pass, and this is the property you're looking at, that perhaps there be some sort of resolution there that directs staff to perhaps look at, you know, curtailing the size of the current disc golf. Did I say mini golf? Disc golf, thank you. Curtailing the size of it and maybe even pursuing another location at some point. But I think that would put it back on your list because it would not have a recreational use if it was no longer being operated as a disc golf course. And if you decide to put it there anyway, I'm not sure you want the interaction between disc golf players and the encampment community. So if this motion does go ahead, if maybe the mover and the seconder can consider something giving us, the staff, the direction to either curtail the size of that course or do something so that we have direction from council and it's not unstated about what the future of that course is going to be.
Thank you, Mr. Dewin. So we are still on the Mayor Caniff's referral back for discussion. Has there been any request from the floor to separate this item number 1? Councillor Jubenville?
I was going to ask that.
Okay.
Can they be separated and voted on separately?
So that would mean we're opening up for discussion on item number 1.
We're still discussing all of everything on the floor. Did you want each one separated, like A and B, and then B and then C, each one?
Yes, that is correct.
There wasn't one specific, you want them all separated?
Maybe just, we'll do it separate, that way
Separate?
it's
Okay.
easy.
All right, we'll give Meredith some time to separate those.
Councillor Sakachi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I just make a couple quick comments, just a question. Since we are changing the 25 meters from the recreational path, that wasn't identified in any of these reports. Is that going to alter any of the current sites? I'm not aware of any paths in the couple of sites that we mentioned, but is that 25 meters now going to now create additional challenges with only the few sites that we have left?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through you, Madam Chair. I believe that it would. When we looked at the mapping and when we looked at the distance from the walkways, we did look at the 10 meters. And so the maps that are presented within the council package actually do reflect the 10 meters. I know that that wasn't passed, but that was sort of the direction we thought council might go in. And so that is what we looked at. So this would further restrict the size of each of the encampments.
Thank you. And then through you, Madam Chair, is this our time that we're kind of opening for conversation now, Madam Clerk? Are we still talking about amendments and point of orders and all that other fun stuff?
I think it may be best to stick to just what's on the floor. We'll get all of the amendments, and then before we go to passing the bylaw and the as amended, we could have further conversation. I mean,
Okay.
just trying to stay focused on what's on the floor.
Okay, then just to the mover and the seconder, then, does that alter the 25 meters if we're now restricting it to potentially just one site? I'm just curious if if that's going to be a change with that question to the mover and seconder.
Councillor Finn?
Sorry, repeat, I'm just looking at the maps here.
Just responding to Jody's answer in regards to the 25 meters will impact one of the sites, and then it sounds like there'd only be one site, which would be then essentially, would that be sanctioned an encampment against Mr. Taylor? Would that be sanctioning an encampment by saying one site, and we're not saying multiple sites now? What would that look like by saying there's only one site that conforms to this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. Yeah, in line with the previous direction or recommendations we provided to Council about this, I do think that functionally results in being a sanctioned encampment site or a location where we're directing people to. Our recommendation would be to leaving open more public spaces than this for persons who need to shelter from the elements in accordance with case law, but ultimately it's Council's decision on where to go with this.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on, I'm comfortable with on most of those. It's just that one there, if it's just depicting it to one, but that's up to the mover and seconder. Thank you.
Councillor, or Mayor Caniff, do you have anything to add?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just given that discussion, I think I would rather move it back to 10, only because if we're limiting to one, various things, because the key piece to me is the 100 meters from a property line, whether it's residential or business. That's the key one here for me.
Thank you. So then that would be when we vote on that separately, if that does not pass, it will go back to the 10 meters?
No, the mover wants to move D back to 10 meters if the seconder is okay. If that fails, because we separated it out, someone could put on the floor 25 meters if the 10 meters fails.
Gotcha.
And I'm happy to go back to the 10.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor C. McGregor?
Thank you, and through the chair. So it has to do with the recreational path, whether it's 10 meters or 25, so I'll ask it here. The recreational path in this portion of the motion, does this apply as to the same direction that is in our current protocol of public sidewalks and boardwalks? Are they considered under recreational path, or does that have to be considered different from the protocol, and it probably is only in effect if it changes to 25 meters?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Through you, Madam Chair, the protocol as it stands right now specifies that we need to be within 5 meters of sidewalks or pedestrian paths and 5 meters within recreation pathways as well. So they're two separate entities right now.
Okay, so it's recreational path then does not include public pathways or sidewalks. So, correct. Okay, thank you.
We have Councillor B. McGregor followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I had two brief amendments that I think will be friendly, just to add. That administration return with any further recommendations for community mitigation practices and do so on a regular ongoing basis. And that all costs related to enforcement, mitigation, and community supports related to encampment issues be compiled and summarized and sent to the Premier, Minister of Health, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and our local MPPs.
I'm good with that.
I thought you would be. And just before, I'm not sure how we're managing this, but with questions, as we're having some of these modifications of amendments, I'm still maybe just a little bit behind and not clear on what properties this excludes or includes. Particularly, I'm wondering if 1A means that Irwin Street is excluded and would be restricted as a possible location.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, if this were to pass, the property at Irwin Street would be excluded because we can't accommodate the 100 meters there.
Yeah, so similar to Councillor Sakachi, my concern is that if we're excluding a property like that and we've now reduced our potential options, we are sanctioning an encampment, which is I think a different discussion than just a bylaw update or mitigation. So certainly appreciate that we need a setback that is larger than 10 meters, I agree. But I think if we're starting to take properties off the menu, so to speak, and moving towards directing people exactly where to go, I think this is a larger process that needs more consultation, particularly if another community is going to be impacted the way we've heard from current residents as well.
Any comment from Dave or Jody on that additional detail?
No, thank you. We're good with that.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much. This is a broader question, but it has potentially a specific amendment I might want to bring forward. I might have missed it, and when I said it, old Hawkeye ears over there really heard me. What are the encampment protocols for the rest of Chatham-Kent?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. I can try to answer that. Based on what I see on the screen, what this is suggesting to me is that what is identified on the screen is what will apply to the City of Chatham proper. The existing protocol that we currently have will apply for the remainder of Chatham-Kent. That's my interpretation of that, unless I hear otherwise from Council and directed otherwise.
Okay, and then I'd ask for a friendly amendment that the current encampment protocols be amended for the community of Chatham-Kent.
And I'm okay
Seconder?
with that because that makes it quite easy.
Mayor Caniff?
Yeah. There we go.
Are there any other comments or questions on, oh, Dave Taylor has a comment on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to remind council about the discussion at last meeting in which we indicated that we could not do the mapping for all the other communities to know where the 100-meter setback would be and whether there might be any public lands in which somebody could shelter themselves on. And so that's why Chatham was dealt with tonight, because there was a pressing need for concern to deal with that. An amendment to change this now, we just don't actually know in all the other communities, just haven't had sufficient time to do mapping of those public lands and whether there might even be a place for folks to shelter on. And so I'm just sharing that because as your legal counsel, just reminding you that we've discussed this in several times in terms of case law that does establish a right to shelter on public land. So I certainly understand your concerns, Councillor Thompson, in terms of trying to be equal across all of Chatham-Kent. I just wanted to flag that discussion at the last council meeting that this was focused on Chatham because of the current encampment concerns.
No, I can appreciate that. It's, I don't want to, I don't even know, well, I don't want to play whack-a-mole with this, and I can appreciate that it will take time, but I'm okay. I mean, we're already discussing moving things around without maps anyway. I'm okay with, personally, with leaving it in there and coming up with the maps as quickly as we can and wherever that may take place.
If I may, Mr. Taylor, would you agree that if we do pass this for all of the municipality of Chatham-Kent and then come back with the maps once that work is done, the protocol could be changed at that time if we discover that the mapping puts us in a position where there are no additional sites, or perhaps there's a site that's close and we need to point that out to council and they might be willing to change the protocol at that time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think that'll be the only approach to deal with it. If we find a situation in which this does not provide any locations for shelter, our recommendation likely to council is going to be make some sort of amendment to address that.
Thank you, Dave. And just a quick editing note, that should read the municipality of Chatham-Kent versus the city, I think, just to make sure there's no confusion on that. Any other amendments or questions or comments on item number 1?
Madam Chair, I'm going to
Yes.
go back to the point I made before, the mover and the seconder. If you are expecting the the Thames Grove property to be permitted, then I think some direction in terms of the golf course is necessary. Otherwise, there'll be an argument that we're actually, expecting that it's going to be that property, but right now our own protocol, which will be turned into a bylaw, says that it can't be near a recreation area. So we need to address that one way or another. I don't know if Mr. Taylor agrees with me, but it seems to me that if that's the expectation, there should be some sort of resolution directing us to address the fact that it's a recreational area.
Mayor Caniff, this is your motion. Is that something you would like to add? Can you turn on your microphone? Just so we can all hear you. Thank you.
I guess that would help a bit, wouldn't it? Maybe I should figure it out by now. Yes, going back to what Councillor Beamer said, taking stuff off the list, I think that's something that, in looking at this, and I'm just thinking as we move forward, like you mentioned other properties, there might be some other properties that are appropriate in whatever they are. That's the issue we're dealing with here. But I would put, if we could put J, I'm looking for some wording on this. Mr. Dubin, that a suggestion for.
Well, I think you have to, because if you pass 100 meters, there's no other location that is available, correct? So if that's the location that everybody's thinking about, well, you're going to have to address the recreational component of it. So I'm going to put Mr. Taylor on the spot, or somebody just in terms of the language. We don't need specific, I think we just need direction to take steps to end the use of that site as a recreational area, to allow for something like that, to allow for the 100 meters to apply to that site. As in the absence of that, you're basically making a decision that's contrary to your own protocol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Subject to the view of the mover and seconder, and subject to Meredith being able to write this all down, I would recommend that the additional clause be added that council direct administration to close recreational amenities that are inconsistent with the changes to the protocol outlined in this motion.
I would say to close or adjust. Is that okay?
Yes.
Just give Meredith a moment to have that on the screen for us. Perhaps I could ask a question of Jody at that point about, I apologize, I will wait. Go ahead, Councillor Brock McGregor.
So I'm still pulling up these maps and trying to understand exactly the outcome of a yes vote to all these criteria. So are we saying that if we vote yes to all these things, the encampment moves to Thames Grove? Like, to be really transparent, is that the outcome of a yes vote on all these things? Is that the encampment moves to Thames Grove?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question through you, Madam Chair. If you say yes to all of these changes, yes, Thames Grove does become a possibility, and there is also a sliver of the existing PUC site that will also remain with this, with these changes.
Would that, and I guess my question is, would that sliver still accommodate the distance between tents and those issues?
Gordon, I'm just comments because I work with the mapping. At 100 meters, there is no area at 325 Grand Ave, the PUC property that works, because you're actually, what's showed on those maps is inside the fence compound area where the plan is.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was just trying to clarify on the map. So just to be clear, a yes vote to everything is us moving the encampment to Thames Grove after today.
I'm not sure who that gets directed to, but
Yeah. I think the answer is yes. Based on our analysis, it's the only site that would meet the criteria that are here, subject to everything being passed here. And just keep in mind that that means that that is what your protocol and bylaw says. That doesn't mean that that's where individuals are necessarily going to go. Right? We don't know where individuals are going to go. They're going to be told that this is the place where they should be going, and we'll have to enforce other places that they go to. But I hope we all understand there are people encamping right now, not at the PUC site and in other areas, and we'll have to deal with those as well as you make changes to the protocol.
Okay, and that's helpful because I just wanted to be very clear before we vote on that, that that's functionally what we're doing. Just so we know what we're voting on. So I think that's helpful for that transparency and to understand what the outcome is. And just to be clear, we're still on questions and then comments later, correct? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So J, is that if we vote in favor of J, that gives the green light to Thames Grove? Is that what I'm reading?
That's correct.
Right, so should we specifically say that? Because I'm not going to support that because that's going to be Thames Grove in 2 weeks. Right? Like, you know, we're just shifting this thing, like, and I get it. I don't think they should be anywhere, thus I don't believe in the encampments. Well, because really, that's going to be the Thames Grove people because they've contacted all of us already when that was just a theory. So I think, like, it's all, like, I agree with all of it except J. Like, but I just don't agree we should have, you know, of course, I've got the silver bullet in my opinion right here, but just so we know, so when we vote on this, that J is Thames Grove. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you. Although nobody said yes, but I'll just assume it. Thanks.
So we're getting into, once Councillor McDonald has spoken, we'll be getting into a second round of second speakers. So I'm just wanting to be clear that as chair, I am okay with that because we want to make sure we're getting our discussion out. But after McDonald, we are back into second round. I have Doyle and Sakachi. But I think we should probably consider moving to a vote on this and then going to the next item. So Councillor McDonald?
Thanks. So if we do open up Thames Grove as a possible location for an encampment, how are we going to deal with heavy rainfall, deep snowfall, or seasonal flooding, which may force them to have to move again?
Jody or CK Fire EMS, perhaps?
So that will be part of our challenge, and those were some of the issues and the concerns that we had identified. If the direction is that we are moving individuals to the Thames Grove site, if that's the only site they have available to them, then we will certainly work with them to ensure safety of everybody involved and to make sure, but it's a known issue that we've identified for consideration.
Thanks. So really the only, if we were in that situation and everyone had to move again, we're saying they could only move to the other small portions of available land?
I don't know that we'll have any other land available based on the criteria that's up on the screen right now.
So maybe I can help with that. I think, Madam Chair, we would handle that like we would handle any emergency. Even with the downtown site, as you know, that site has been prone to flooding. We did monitor flooding this year. If there was going to be flooding in place, we would have likely found some sort of, whether it's hotels, some other location for a short term, probably disperse people as needed. So we would deal with that. I would argue that those emergency risks can happen anywhere. And I don't like saying the words because the fire people get upset with me when I talk about emergencies, but it could be flooding, it could be fire, it could be anything. We deal with that like we would anyone else who needs emergency shelter.
Thanks. So I know we have a lot of amendments already, but is there a way that we could add the Irwin property as a backup? Is that possible? Or like, I don't know.
Councillor McGregor, your microphone's on.
I'm not offended. Anyway, all right, thanks.
Well, the exercise hasn't been identifying properties. The exercise is trying to develop a protocol. So I'm not sure we need a backup. If it was a snow emergency, then the problem is the same anywhere. So flooding might be an issue at that location, but we also thought flooding would be an issue downtown, and it wasn't. So I think the challenge is if you start identifying backup sites, you're opening yourselves up to having multiple encampments, which may be, the way to go. But just be aware that once you do that, you are sanctioning a site and then also a backup site, which I think is a challenge. So.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So excluding J, if we say yes to all of these, are we essentially just saying no to encampments?
Well, we haven't, as you know, we haven't looked at the rest of Chatham-Kent yet, but within Chatham right now, the only property that would allow you 100 meters from any private property line and 100 meters from any business, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, is that property. And the reason why I raised J, and if you don't like the wording of J, that's fine, but the reason why I raised J is that's contrary to your current protocol. So you need to put in some language to deal with the fact that it is a recreational use.
So say we say yes to all of this and essentially closing the door to encampments. What happens with that, Mr. Taylor? Like what happens if we just say yes to all of this and now we have no space for encampments? What could happen to us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, my apologies. It's a complicated legal issue. We've seen what's happened in other municipalities in which there was attempts to remove encampments, and those things can end up in court. I won't be able to give you an on-the-fly analysis of that other than to say it starts to go down the path. It's very much down the path of not following existing case law that do establish that when persons are unhoused, when they have nowhere else to go, when there isn't enough shelter space, like there isn't enough in Chatham-Kent, they have a right to shelter themselves on public lands. And these restrictive rules are getting to a point to where I don't know that we're following that, but I need time to do further legal analysis to give council full legal advice about that.
Okay, thank you. If we are going down a path like this, and maybe this is just me thinking out loud, would this be something where strong mayor powers could be used to make like a solid decision on something of like how we move forward, whether it's with housing developments that we've said no to, or whether it's with the encampment protocol? Like, would this be something where strong mayor powers could be utilized? Should we as a council not be able to come to a decision that is right both ways?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The strong mayor powers address housing related issues. Whether this falls within them is not 100% clear. It tends to be more focused on building housing. But ultimately, the mayor has some discretion in whether to use strong powers or not, so I'm not able to give a firm answer on that.
Thank you.
And I agree with Mr. Taylor. I don't think it's been really clear whether or not mayors have the authority when it comes to encampments. But keep in mind, even the strong mayor powers it's not an entire decision made by the mayor. There is a threshold that has to be met, and there is a possibility for a veto by council to be so. But I would argue that it's a bit of a stretch because, as Mr. Taylor said, it's not dealing with housing development. Obviously, it's somehow connected to housing. I think a lot of things are connected to housing, but I'm not sure that would be something that would apply. We do have a conference coming up in a couple of weeks where they'll have a bunch of people around. That's certainly a question that we can ask. And if we can get an answer from the Premier, we'll certainly bring that forward. So.
Thank you. I just, I worry that we're adding so many stipulations and so many things that ultimately we all agree that encampments are not
the way that we want our community to, and our community members to have to live. But we also want to recognize that we have people living within this community that are not living in encampments, and they have rights as well. And when we keep putting these stipulations and stipulations, we're ultimately coming to the end result that we don't want encampments, but we need to find a solution because everybody deserves the right to shelter, but they also deserve the right to, you know, mental health and addictions assistance too. And that needs to be something that we start moving forward and start advocating upper levels of government to help pull our community members through the struggles that we're going through right now. Thanks.
I had 3 second speakers, Councillor Jubenville, Doyle, and C. McGregor. Do you still have questions or comments?
Yes, mine was quick to Councillor McGregor's amendment. I just wanted to make sure that that included a report to come back to council. Is that, can we include that, Councillor McGregor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you talking about the amendment for J? Aye. Oh, aye. Oh, okay, gotcha. So J, just for clarification on that, it doesn't say Thames Grove in the motion, and the way I read it, we can kind of close any recreational amenities that are going to be inconsistent with this. So if we find another spot that say a soccer field, we can just close it down and say you can go here. I don't know if the wording is accurate for what we want it to do. Like if it's understood that it's specifically Thames Grove, then that's one thing, but should we just put Thames Grove in there? Like outlined in this motion with regards to Thames Grove? Does that make sense as opposed to open-ending this to possibly anywhere else that there's recreational facilities? Is that?
I think it's more specific that way, if that's the direction council wants to go in.
Okay, can we do that as just to change the wording, after outlined in this motion, comma, with regards to Thames Grove Conservation Area?
Councillor Finn?
Yes.
Mayor Caniff, is that a friendly amendment?
I guess if I could sidestep for a second, and I just want to ask administration, when we looked at all the available sites, we looked within the boundaries of the city of Chatham. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
So I guess, is there any opportunities right on the border of the city of Chatham that we own property that would be appropriate for this?
Not to our knowledge, no. There are none.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not keen on putting, although that's what we're talking about, putting that specifically in the motion.
Well, since we are voting on it, Mayor Caniff, if it's not a friendly amendment, it would be voted on separately anyways. Is that correct, Judy?
Yes, we would vote on the amendment to J of removing the last few words and just putting close to Thames Grove. That's what you said, right?
Matt?
They just tell us before.
So if J fails as it's written, then we could vote on the amended amendment from Councillor Doyle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So hold that thought, Councillor Doyle. Can you remind me, Madam Clerk, were there any other items on this? Item D, right? 1D and 1J were the 2 items that had specific amendments to them?
Yes, council could raise their hand afterwards, just if any of them failed.
Okay. Councillor B. McGregor.
Apologies, and thanks for coming back around. So just again, process question. Are we voting on all these separately and then a combined motion together? Or how's this working?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we're going to vote on all of these separate, and then I understand that there are a few other amendments that we have to go, and then we'll get to approving the bylaw as amended for whatever decisions that council makes.
Okay, so apologies to ask it again. So we're doing questions about this, voting on it, going to the next items on the motion, and then we'll have comments on the entire motion. Okay.
Yeah, yes, so these are all small amendments, and then
Yeah.
when we get to the bylaw as amended, council could decide whether they're passing the bylaw or not. These are all amendments to what's being presented.
Okay.
So after this, item 1, we will be going to Councillor Bondi's motion as item 2,
Or another motion, yes.
or another motion?
Yes.
Okay.
And we're,
It is another motion.
when I say items, we're voting on like A, B, C, D separately? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Allen?
If we amend B to 50 meters, will that bring back Irwin? No, B, 50 meters for any business. Would that bring Irwin Street back in?
Jody, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for your question through Madam Chair. If we were to amend B to 50 meters from any business, that would bring the Irwin property back in.
If that could be a friendly amendment.
Councillor Finn?
No.
No, won't
Mayor
be
King?
friendly for me.
Okay, so that will be if item B does not pass, Councillor Allen, we can add that back in as an amendment. So we have 1B, 1D, and 1J.
Madam Chair, could I just toss out another thing, that as we talked about excluding certain areas that we went through and say, Councillor Doyle suggests we exclude certain areas, we could do the opposite and put things like that. I'm just saying that if someone, if people are feeling that that's an appropriate property, but because it's not meeting some of these, I checked, we could put that in to say, but opens up the property. Is that a correct statement? So rather than adjust from 100 to 50 to accommodate that, you could just go put in there saying, and this property is exempt from these or something.
I apologize, Mayor Caniff, I am not entirely clear on that. Are you suggesting we add specific locations?
It's the opposite of excluding properties to say, you know, we excluded Kingston Park, but we could go in and say, but we are going to exempt the following property from there, so the protocol doesn't apply to a property. So you'd be condoning that. I've just tossed that out there for discussion. I've heard a certain property mentioned a few times, so.
I think that potentially gets into the weeds of specific addresses, but if you wanted to add that as an 1H.
No, I'm just.
Where are we at with our letters?
I was just, I thought, I'm not suggesting putting it up, but.
Okay. We have Councillor C. McGregor. Next.
Came through the chair. So it's just for clarification, and I apologize to Councillor McDonald about the Irwin Street. I was thinking it was getting into the weeds of adding and subtracting all these different locations, which this conversation has kind of gone to. It was my understanding when we changed it, amended it to the municipality of Chatham-Kent, that if there were areas that were very close to it, or that administration could come back to council for an amendment for a different location, and I thought that covered it. So I just want to be reassured that that is the case, as what I heard when we changed it from the city of Chatham to the municipality of Chatham-Kent. So in the future, if there's an area that is close, or there's an area that needs to be amended, it would come back to council at a later date without having to add all these other properties in here at this point in time. Is that correct?
Michael or Dave or Jody?
Sure, I can start. Thank you, Councillor, for your question through Madam Chair. So in terms of process, once this protocol and associated bylaw is passed, we would be taking that away and we would be looking to see what properties are appropriate, what properties fit the criteria that council has directed us to apply, and we'd be looking at that. If we were to have any challenges, if we were to have communities that didn't have any sites, I think as Mr. Taylor had mentioned, we would bring that back for council's information and for consideration.
Chatham.
That's correct. We would apply the bylaw across the entire municipality.
And that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. So as it stands right now, to be clear, to Councillor McGregor's point, Jody, what are the properties left on the list in Chatham with this current item 1? Because I do feel, since I think we're finished with the roundtable on this item, we risk doing the exact same thing in the Thames Grove neighborhood. So I'm not, and again, I'm not, as a chair, I'm not trying to sway, I'm just identifying what we're voting on to be clear that unfortunately, we may be right back where we started. But if that's what the will of council is, that is the will of council, but I just want to be clear that do we have any properties in Chatham that fit this as it stands?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to council, based on the criteria that are on the screen right now, we would have one property, and that would be the Thames Grove Conservation Area that meets all of these criteria.
Thank you, Jody. Gordon, you have a comment?
Just to have an additional point to the previous discussion of where else in Chatham-Kent, is it in urban areas only? Or are you looking for properties, this is a question to council, are you looking for any property in Chatham-Kent? So if you own a farmland in the middle of nowhere, around the airport, whatever facility, are you looking at those as well? Or are we only looking at urban areas? It's just another part of the clarifications, I guess.
Thank you, Gord. My understanding would be, based on Councillor C. McGregor's previous comment, that that would come back to council if that was the intent, if we were looking at sites outside of the city of Chatham. But Michael, perhaps you have a different insight as to that, how staff, or Jody, how would you prefer to see that proceed if that's what the next step was?
It's a bit murky. So I can appreciate the questions through you, Madam Chair. I think we would need some time to digest the information and to understand truly what those impacts are. As Mr. Taylor had stated, we would want to get something back. I think this is going to be fairly restrictive in terms of what properties we are going to have, regardless across Chatham-Kent. We have only done the analysis of municipal properties within Chatham proper. We have not had time to do any analysis beyond Chatham proper. So I think we probably need to take a little bit of time to digest this and would probably bring some information back, I think.
In that event, Dave, maybe it's a procedural or legal question, but are we permitted to have that as part of the are we allowed to include municipality of Chatham-Kent in that motion then? If we haven't had any legal or administrative position on that?
Ultimately, it's council's decision on what to pass. I think what we're trying to convey is that without kind of the data of what that actually means, it may well be that this is creating essentially no locations, and that's going to be a problem. Or it may be that it's creating very constrained locations that actually don't make any practical sense. And we're trying to also remember unhoused persons do need to shelter themselves somewhere. And so, council can ultimately pass this direction. And I think, as Ms. Gilman indicated, if it doesn't work, we're going to have to be back to council having this discussion about where these rules end up leading to.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGrail.
Thank you. My question is to Dave, I think. We sit here and we talk about our bylaws, and obviously because we're at the municipal level, we talk about municipal bylaws. But what is the laws against provincial lands? We talk about municipal lands, but what are the laws on provincial lands right now as it sits for encampments and homelessness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not aware of any court cases that have gone about provincial or federal lands. Certainly up north, a lot of people do actually camp on federal and provincial lands without necessarily having authority. But in terms of like an actual encampment, the issue is that these tend to be focused in urban areas, and the level of government that owns decent-sized tracts of land in urban areas is municipal levels of government. So really, all the court cases that I'm aware of have all been focused on municipal lands, really because of that. So I don't think there's likely much difference in analysis if somebody were to bring that court case forward and then consider federal or provincial lands, but we just don't have that direction from the court. There is an element of some of these court cases that are talking about the fact that the municipalities are often the frontline service providers for homeless and unhoused persons, and then that connection to them being able to shelter on public lands, but I don't know that that actually would be relevant to a decision if there was one about provincial and federal lands.
Okay, thank you. I guess my line of thought is, I know we're really stuck on, resources and bringing them to them and being close to. And I understand the provincial part of it, and that's what I was thinking. It's like, there's some provincial lands out there that may not, let them have those resources in walking distance, but, do we bring it to them, right? How do we bring it to them instead of them coming this way? And it's just a different way of thinking, I guess, is where I'm going with that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGreal. There's no further discussion. We will be, apologies, is there further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we go to item number 1? Now, Mayor Caniff and I are not on our proper voting seats. Do you want me to chair from my seat while we vote?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we'll start from A and just go all the way down. Yes.
Okay, so just a reminder that we have items 1B, D, and J that have potential next amendments. Judy, should I be reading out each item? Or would you be reading out each item?
I can, sure. Either or, you can.
That's fine. As chair, I can do that. And
Sure.
and then you will you'll announce the vote after each item, so everyone's
Yes.
clear? Okay, thank you. So item 1A, 100 meters away from any private property line with a habitable residence.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 11-4 with 1 abstain.
Item 1B, 100 meters away from any business.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 10-5 and 1 abstain.
Item 1C, 25 meters away from construction sites.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 14-1 and 1 abstain.
Item 1D, 10 meters away from a recreational path.
Councillor C. McGregor?
No.
All votes are in. Motion passes 13-2 and 1 abstain.
Item 1E, tents be located 2 meters apart from each other.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 13-2 and 1 abstain.
Item 1F, The bylaw enforcement officers also be tasked with encampment-related bylaw issues that may arise on private property.
Counselor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in, motion passes 14-1 and 1 abstain.
Item 1G, council provide formal direction to administration at no time proceed with the purchase of any sites, I believe, for the specific development of a sanctioned encampment.
Counselor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in, motion passes 14-1 and 1 abstain.
Item 1H, that administration return with any further recommendations for community mitigation practices and do so on a regular, ongoing basis.
Counselor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in, motion passes 15-0 and 1 abstain.
Item 1I, that all costs related to enforcement, mitigation, and community supports related to encampment issues be compiled and summarized and sent to the Premier, Minister of Health, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and our local MPPs, and a report to Council.
Counselor C. McGregor?
Yes.
Just missed, there we go. All votes are in, motion passes 15-0 and 1 abstain.
Item 1J, that council direct administration to close or adjust recreation amenities that are inconsistent with the protocols outlined in this motion.
Sorry, point of order. Did Councillor Doyle change that one to only Thames Grove?
No, right now it says as outlined in this motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't accepted as friendly. Counselor C. McGregor?
Yes.
Needing one more, there we go. All votes are in, motion passes 8-7 and 1 abstained.
Mayor Caniff will reverse again for now Councillor Bondi's motion, okay? Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I know there is a lot of discussion, but I think it's important that everyone around the table has their voice heard. We've had a lot of good discussion, and thank you for staying and listening to that discussion. On that note, Councillor Bondi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, there it is, right? So I'm not going to read the thing again. So basically it says no day camping, which I'd pull this, but now that we've just subjected to Thames Grove to becoming the next encampment in the next 72 hours, which is exactly what happened to those guys, so we're going to be right back here in 3 weeks. So what my motion does, so just kind of to clear it up too, there's no intention that people are going to camp and then come back and pitch the tent, you know, later that same day. They're not going to do that. What this would accomplish is people would not encamp because they need the permanency of where they are and all their stuff. So this would just allow for the municipality to provide for nighttime shelter on municipal land. Well, now I can say Thames Grove because it's the only place available, right? So at Thames Grove. But it wouldn't allow for day camping. Now, because I'm saying, well, they wouldn't do that, well, what I would think would do is they would find somewhere, anywhere, and make their permanent encampment, and then they would be able to day camp because, as we all know, all bylaws, including the one that was on the screen 2 minutes ago, are only enforceable, or not only enforceable, but are only enforced through complaint. So the idea was that people would find a place, and if they're not bothering anybody, we wouldn't bother them either, and that would be fine. Well, now we've restricted it so much that this is almost not necessary, except for Thames Grove, who we're going to be hearing from in the next hour, I'm sure. So, yeah, really, right? Like, I don't know, whatever. So anyway, I'll let it stand because I think this is the savior to Thames Grove. If Thames Grove wasn't included, I'd pull the whole thing because it wouldn't be necessary. But I'm afraid it's going to be necessary. So that's all. No other comments. Thanks.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Bondi's motion? Councillor Anderson, thank you. Discussion, so that you've spoken, now the seconder can speak. Do you have any comments, Councillor Anderson? Councillor Jubenville?
I'm just wondering if we can make a friendly amendment to the wording, because I believe there might have been an issue with stating that they are permitted. If we said they are not permitted to be erected on municipal from 1 hour, just a minute, I want to say the reverse. They are not permitted to be erected on municipal lands from 1 hour after sunrise to 1 hour before sunset. Did I say that right? So it's saying the same thing, but it's just we're not giving permission, we're just excluding the time that it's, does that make sense what I'm saying?
It's up to the...
They are not permitted to be erected on municipal land from 1 hour after sunrise to 1 hour before sunset. It's...
What?
It's the same thing, but see, right now you're giving permission, whereas we're not giving permission the way I'm saying it.
To the seconder?
Well, okay, I'm sort of listening to Ryan at the same time. But this does give them permission to camp at night where they can, which is now one place, Thames Grove. That's it.
Right. I'm saying the same thing. It's just, I think our legal might have had an issue with giving permission.
Well, we are giving permission. We just said it, right?
Right.
So we are giving permission to encamp.
Right. I'm just wordsmithing it so that we're not giving permission.
Well, how we...
But we are. We
Thank you,
just said
Councillor
we're giving them
Jubenville.
permission to Thames Grove, right? So.
We'll go to the seconder
Okay.
and the...
But I think, I know this is getting kind of wordsmithy, right? Like this is giving.
I'm just going to say no.
Permission, but it's recognizing that we are giving permission because we just.
In the interest of time, Councillor Bondi, is that a friendly amendment? Or would you prefer to keep
In
it
the
where it
nature of
is?
time, now come on, I haven't been holding things up, geez.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay,
but
sure, it's friendly.
In terms of the
okay.
wordsmithing piece,
Yeah, it accomplishes the same thing. But, okay, no, it's good.
so you are in favor of that friendly amendment? The seconder is not?
Yeah, how about no? Because this works, it does the same thing, so I think it's fine the way it is. So we'll just leave it, because again, I'll be very quick in the courtesy of time here. Are permitted to be erected on municipal 1 hour, obviously in the places which are now allowed, which is one place, Thames Grove. So it can, you can almost put that in there, like, but not because we haven't explored the other places outside of the city of Chatham. So I'll just leave it the way it is.
Okay. Would that be an option? If we apply that reasoning that we did to the previous item, if that failed, would that be we can go back to that? It really is the same thing. Okay, thank you. Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. So just for clarification, does this because what this does is essentially counteract what we just passed and just states that we are allowed to camp for certain times on municipal lands. Is that with the exception of what we just passed, or is that saying that now they can camp on the Public Utilities Commission area, but just only the times Councillor Bondi is proposing here? Because that's how I'm understanding it. I don't know if anybody would like to clarify. Or is it on top of what we just passed?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. No, see where it says be subject to guidelines pertaining to location size and other guidelines that may be adopted by the mayor. So this is only on stuff that's not, that has not been dealt with, which is just the one single
So that's, I was just double checking that we just passed.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
good call,
on
but
top
that's
of that. So this is saying
Yeah,
that.
it doesn't contradict the other one.
So since the previous motion passed, essentially limited it to Thames Grove, that is what this would be indicating, correct? Councillor Bondi, is that your understanding?
Well, it only has one purpose now, until we go outside of the city of Chatham, but we're not doing that tonight, right? We're not exploring those options. So, yeah, this, without saying it, this really would only apply to Thames Grove because nobody can encamp anywhere else in the city of Chatham except Thames Grove. So, yeah, it's, an hour ago it didn't have that specific of a purpose, but now it does. And that's okay, it works. I'm happy about it. Like, that's what we were sort of hoping for, so yeah.
Councillor B. McGregor?
Thank you. So I'll just speak to this that's on the screen. I do have comments just related to this whole thing at the end. I'm in no rush to leave tonight. I think this is an important issue, and I have no issue sticking around to talk about it. I do recall some of the deputations in relation to this component of needing to pack up every day and move, and how onerous and difficult that is on the most vulnerable individuals in our community, and I agree with those comments. I would also point back to previous experience with Hope Haven operating downtown when they were only permitted for people to be there overnight and had to leave every day. That was a significant concern for what was going on during the day and how the downtown BIA responded to that. And it was a challenge because people had nowhere to go. It's hot, they have belongings to put somewhere, sometimes it's cold. So I think that that introduces a whole other host of community impacts, intentional or not, that will come from that practice. So I won't support this practice. I hope we don't. I think that it will lead to many more issues than it would solve, and it is not a solution. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on this item, 1, 2, or 3? And I don't believe we had any requests to separate this item. And I don't hear anything from online as well. So we are now voting on items 1, 2, and 3 together. Councillor, or Mayor Caniff, switcheroo.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor?
No.
Councillor Anderson? Sorry. All votes are in. Motion fails 4-11 with 1 abstain. You guys are getting your exercise.
So we did have an item on our initial list. Councillor Doyle had a third item that we were going to discuss. Would you like to put that on the floor now, Councillor Doyle?
Oh, I don't see why not. Might as well. I think, Judy, do you have?
I just sent it to Meredith, so she just needs a couple minutes to put it up, but you can read it.
Okay, just encampments are not allowed on the PUC Waterworks property, Paxton Brush, or the O'Neill Nature Preserve, Mud Creek Path, or Kingston Park. I think Kingston Park's already in there, but I just wanted to, might as well confirm.
My apologies, I read your other one as a notice of motion, which is coming later in the meeting. So we'll give Meredith a second to put up that other one.
Yeah.
The one that you had just sent me, I thought was for this
Oh, no.
motion, but you're reading that later, so.
Yeah.
Meredith, do you need it one more time? Nope, she's good. It'll be up in 1 second.
Just to double check though, all these ones that are being mentioned right now are not in compliance already, so it's just kind of a moot point, so we're just basically voting to vote because they're already not included, is that correct?
Can you clarify that, Councillor Sakachi?
None of these are compliant with the current protocols, so we're just picking four or five properties that just, to add them to say no, which we already just said no to, so just to clarify, so everybody knows that all the other ones that's not in here, probably the other 40 or 50 are also included in what we just passed originally.
That is correct. Councillor Doyle, would you like to continue with that?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Need a second.
Oh, I'm sure I can get a second.
Is this a separate number 3?
This is just a new motion again.
And does it need a 2/3 to be on the floor if it's a new motion?
No, it's another amendment.
Oh, so an amendment to Mayor Caniff's original motion?
No, it's just adding clarification. So you need to get-
Okay.
Yeah, so, we need a second.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Doyle's motion? Councillor Jubenville? Any further questions or discussion on that? Seeing none?
Councillor C. McGregor? Is Councillor Sakachi left? All votes are in. Motion fails 6-4 and 2 abstained, which is another negative vote anyway, so motion fails. Sorry, 6-7 plus the abstain from Councillor Thompson, which is if you're present and you abstain, it's a no vote according to the procedural bylaw. So therefore, motion fails 6-8 and 1 abstain.
So now that we have the referral finished and the items finished for the discussion, if I'm understanding the next step correctly, we are now going to the recommendations in the staff report. The attached bylaw referred to will be the bylaw with the items that were included in our earlier discussion, to be clear. Will we need a mover and a seconder for these two items, or both together, Judy?
At this point, yes, we can do both together.
Okay. Do we have a Councillor Finn moving? Staff recommendation. Do we have a seconder? The staff recommendations? Councillor Jubenville? Any questions or comments? Councillor, from this mover or the seconder first? No? Councillor B. McGregor?
Thank you. I'd like the two separated when we get to that point. And I reserve my comments to now, and I appreciate all the conversation tonight on a number of these topics. And I find it difficult because I think we need an encampment bylaw but I don't think the way we went about it tonight is appropriate for this community. I think about the community around Thames Grove, and the very same thing that the community around the PUC feels that was done to them. Might be the only thing I agree with Councillor Bondi tonight. We just did it to the folks at Thames Grove with no transparency and no public consultation. That property is also used by the school boards for cross-country. I think every kid in this community has used those properties, and we're not going to talk to school boards about it. So I think that's there's a right way to do this and a wrong way to do this, and I don't think we went about it the right way tonight. I appreciate how difficult this has been for everyone in the community. For those impacted in the PUC property, absolutely. For the frontline staff working with vulnerable individuals, for those working in housing and emergency response, and of course for the individuals that are living rough as well. To be clear, I don't think anyone should live in an encampment. I think that I'm optimistic that I heard so many supportive comments about recovery services, about transition support for transitional housing. And all those comments are correct because this issue is complex and difficult. And I hope that our MPPs and the provincial government hear these comments. And I hope that they'll prioritize homelessness, healthcare, recovery, and housing rather than subsidizing a mega spa on Toronto Island or building a tunnel on the 401. To be clear, again, I don't think encampments should exist anywhere. We failed at times around this table. The province has failed. The federal government has failed. We've supported these transitional housing projects and not received funding for them. These encampments are a symptom of a broken healthcare system, of inadequate mental health care services, of inadequate social supports, an overwhelmed and under-resourced legal system, and housing shortages. Maybe most troubling in our political environment right now, I think we failed as well. The vulnerable living in encampments have been put at risk by politicking. Communities, in my view, have been used as political pawns in this process. Communities adjacent to the PUC, adjacent to Thames Grove, even those adjacent to the O'Neill Nature Preserve. Many of us around this table have worked very hard over the past decade to support projects that would make a difference, and at time have been opposed by very loud voices who are now crying that this is a crisis and wanting to do something. So I find that disingenuous. I think if we are serious about this issue, we have to be serious about it every meeting, on every report, whether or not this gallery is full. Thank you.
Mayor Caniff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I was referring to Thames Grove, and we put that up there because I thought we need to go somewhere, but I'm really reluctant now. After the discussion, I wish I could go change my vote, but the beauty is we kept it open to the extent that it says we have to change it didn't say specifically, so I wouldn't support changing the recreational thing if it came back, because it's got to come back to council. So I hear, and I don't want that anywhere, and that's the issue we're facing, is I don't want to put it anywhere. I don't want encampments. But I'm at a quandary here to say, what do we do? Like, do we say, no, you can't go anywhere? And that's kind of what if we do that, we're saying, that's it. We're saying, you can't go anywhere in Chatham-Kent, really, legally, but they're going to all be out somewhere illegally, somewhere they're going to be going. And that's where we talked about, do we explore just outside of the city of Chatham and provide all those supports, those type of things. I'm hearing that. That's something I like to explore as well. But I don't like the idea of any more of going to Thames Grove. And I asked Judy if I could change my vote. She said it was too late. So, but I will not support coming back and saying, well, we're going to change the recreational to make that. Because I'm assuming that we are going to have to pass that at council, correct? It'll be coming back to council to change that? That's a date question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the motion wording was authorizing that to be closed now. So
we didn't say where though, right?
I think it was in order to implement that protocol. At least that was the discussion at the floor that I think council or administration will take their direction from. Was that close such amenities as necessary to allow for that protocol to be implemented. So I think the discussion was you'd be able to close the recreational amenities at Thames Grove. So certainly if there was a need for any sort of different direction, it would be now or at a future meeting to address that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Generally speaking, from a procedural perspective, to reopen a vote, is it a 2/3 vote to bring something back to the floor in the same meeting, Madam Clerk?
No, to bring it back in the same meeting, it's a majority vote.
I would like to bring that back then.
Apologies. I appreciate your understanding as an acting mayor, chair tonight, but do we have comments on that first, or would we do that
So,
first?
just to clarify, I want to bring back J. That's that particular one. I said yes to it, and I want to say no to it. So that's why I'd
Okay.
like to bring it back.
We just had several comments before that, so I want to make sure we do it in the proper order.
So now that he brought that to the floor, right now, we vote for a majority vote to reconsider that motion now. And if it passes, then we can start discussion. If it fails, it leaves where it is.
Okay, so hold that thought, but we will vote on a majority vote for that. Do we need that on the screen so everyone can see it? Yeah, so we'll wait for Meredith to put item J on the screen so we're all clear on what we are voting on. To
So
reopen,
just to be clear, it's to reconsider J.
to reconsider item 1J.
Right.
Are any of your questions on the reconsideration? Okay, Counselor Sakachi?
So I think this is the challenge, what happens when you make policies on the fly. I guess I didn't support J, but here's what we're saying now if we don't support J. They're just indicated if we don't support J, which I didn't support because I agreed with that, there is now 0 sites. Not one site is compatible, not the water tower, it might have been just beneficial to support Councillor Bondi's motion. So I'm just trying to hear, where is all the residents gonna go if there's now no sites? So maybe staff can clarify, but how I understood it, if the only one site was conformed to this, now we're saying no to J, so now we're saying no sites conform to this. So I think that the whole precedent of what we're having to vote on is important, because if we say one site, every single encampment site in the municipality of Chatham-Kent in Chatham is going to now go to one specific site. So maybe they need to actually say a site if it's the water site. Maybe they have to mention a site. I'm not sure, but this means there's no sites that are compatible.
Thank you, Counselor Sakachi. We do need to put a quick pause on that. We do need a motion to extend. We are 2 minutes from 10 p.m. Counselor Finn, seconded by Counselor Jubenville. Thank you. Can we, oh boy. How about 10:15 for now, and we will address at 10:15 another one? Is that basically ambitious to think we're done at 10:15? Let's try 10:15 and see where we get.
I will just need a Zoom link because I'm on call at the hospital in Leamington at 11 o'clock, so I need to be within 20 minutes of the hospital. Thanks.
Counselor Sakachi, would you be open to Counselor Anderson asking her question in person first and then going back to your
Oh,
suggestion to leave?
absolutely, yes, absolutely, for sure.
Sorry. Oh, apologies. Can we have a show of hands for extending the meeting to 10:15? That motion passes. Counselor Anderson, would you like to ask your question?
I didn't have any questions, thanks.
Okay. Counselor Scotchy, that was to who specifically?
I think to Jody's team, unless I've just misinterpreted the entire meeting so far, that by passing this, which I didn't support, Jay, because I don't believe putting all the encampment individuals in one neighborhood, but this is going to say no sites now, so.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct.
So can we just have some direction on what we're voting on here right now? Because we've already turned down Councillor Bondi's motion. We're already saying no to the second site. So Councillor Allen made a recommendation that would have made more than one site available, but that was turned down. So I just need to understand what we're voting on now.
Pardon me? We do have I'm not sure if there's a question to be answered there, to be totally honest. I hear what you're saying, but now we are at, to be clear now, to the clerk perhaps, or to Jody, if we vote, if item J passes, we have 0 encampment locations, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
We have 2 other comments on the floor, councilors on the floor, Councilor Thompson, followed by Councilor McGrail.
Thank you very much. It's just a sidebar. Me and Councilor Anderson were having, our whole protocol here is strictly in regards to municipal properties, right?
That is correct.
So they could all show up at the gold property, or they could all show up at the courthouse, and there wouldn't be a darn thing we could do about it, right?
That's,
Or Crown Land.
do you want me to answer that? So, yeah, our protocol only applies to our property. So if they show up at a private property, if they show up at Councillor Bondi's backyard, wherever they choose to show up, at that point, it would be a phone call, I presume, to the police, and they would deal with it from a trespassing perspective. That is if the owner doesn't object. If the owner doesn't object, that's a different story. But if the owner objects, then that'll be up to them to call the police, which is what we've been doing to date. I don't think tonight we need to get into that, but the chief would agree with me. This only applies to municipal.
But the important thing is then it's not our problem. We make it somebody else's problem. And I think that's ultimately what we've been talking about here, is just making it somebody else's problem. I've heard a couple times tonight that we got to get it out of the city of Chatham. And that gets my hackles up a little bit.
Councilor McGrail.
Thank you, through the chair. Same line of thinking. So why aren't we considering when, we get these bylaws that, we're only suggesting municipal properties? Why aren't we suggesting provincial properties or federal properties?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And does that open it up to just now, not just one, but other properties? Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Council only has jurisdiction over their own lands. That's why this is relevant. So you have no ability to make a decision about provincial or crown lands. We're like a lower form of government, and they control their own lands and make their own rules about who can use it.
I'm asking, why don't we suggest? I'm not saying make bylaws on those lands, but put those suggestions out as when we're suggesting Thames Grove.
I may be able to help with that. Using the 100 meters away from businesses or residential, there are no provincial or federal crown lands in the city of Chatham that we looked at that would work either.
Again, why aren't we putting out provincial and federal lands? Because I know we're limiting ourselves to Chatham, but like I said before, it's like, why don't we bring the services to them? And then that opens it up a little bit bigger. That's what I'm getting at there. Is my line of thought there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the reconsideration motion? Okay, in that case, we will call that vote. Mayor Ken, if you and I will switcheroo again.
Councillor C. McGregor?
No.
Councillor Wright, Councillor McGrail. Just waiting for Councillor Wright. Thank you. All votes are in and motion fails 6-9 and 1 abstain. Now we're back to the motions in the report as amended. Now we're back to the motions in the report as amended.
Okay. So we are now back to the motions in the report as amended. Would it be possible to have those back on the screen, please?
That failed, so we can't reconsider. Sorry?
So yeah, so item J,
Yeah, still in effect. I can. So to be clear, the motion to reconsider failed, so we're not going to reconsider J. So it is still passed from when we initially did it. There's no change.
Sorry.
That was on the reconsideration. We needed a majority vote for the reconsideration. We didn't get majority vote, so we can't discuss it.
Madam Clerk, is there an option, has there ever been a situation where there was confusion on a vote? And we would
So, this has been brought up before we've moved on to the next motion, so we can clarify the vote because we didn't move on to the next motion. In the procedural bylaw, it says if you have a correction to the way you voted, it has to be done before we move on to the next item. So the council has made it aware, so we can redo that vote of reconsideration if Meredith could put it back up on the screen.
Can you also just clearly explain to everybody that they understand this is just to reconsider J, then there would be a vote
Right.
on J again?
So a reconsideration, as we do other times, is you are just voting to be able to reconsider. That requires a motion, majority at the same meeting to be able to put it back on the floor. So right now, we're looking for a majority vote that the majority of council wants to rediscuss J. If it fails, we're not rediscussing J and it stays as is. If it passes, then we're going to bring J back to the floor and have a full discussion on it again. Okay? So the motion on the floor right now is just the motion to reconsider. Do you want to talk about it again? Councillor C. McGregor.
No.
Okay, all votes are in because Councillor Anderson is gone now. Motion passes 10-3 with 1 abstain.
Thank you very much. Democracy can be messy sometimes. But it's important to make sure that we know what we're voting on, obviously. So that means before we get to the staff recommendations, we are now reopening item J from Mayor Caniff's motion. Do we need to have another round of questions or comments, or we're going right to the vote? I think we can probably go right to the vote because we've already discussed it, but I want to make sure we're... Councillor Wright, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am confused here. So if we vote yes for this, we can move the recreation amenities. If we vote no, then we still have the recreation amenities there, and we can't have the homeless there.
You're not confused, that's exactly it.
So if we vote no, or if we vote yes, then we can't go there, basically. Or yes would have it moved. Yes. No, okay. Okay, all right. Okay, we got her. Thanks.
Is everyone clear on that? I know we're laughing, but I mean that, this is an important discussion. Is everyone clear on what voting yes and no means?
Just to be clear, Madam Chair, so no means no encampment, right? Is that a simple way to put it?
If we direct if we say no, that means we are not going to close or adjust recreation amenities.
Which takes Thames Grove out of the equation. So no is no encampment. Okay.
Councillor McGregor?
Just to make it more confusing, we're voting on one aspect of this, and then we still have to vote on the updated bylaw. So it's not no encampment until that bylaw passes. So if someone were to not agree with components that are already in this, and they still voted against that total bylaw, then it's not saying no encampment. So this is still just voting on one component that will be included in the bylaw, and then we still have to vote on the bylaw.
So if we vote no on this, that's no to encampment. Then if we vote yes on the bylaw, that's no to encampment.
You got it.
Clear as anything.
Okay, I will call the vote. Mayor Caniff?
Counselor C. McGregor.
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion fails 6-8 and 1 abstained.
So we are now moving to item 18A, staff recommendations. We will be voting on items 1 and 2 separately. Any comments, Councillor Thompson?
Just out of curiosity, since I'm not 100% clear, traditionally, what is the Housing Services Operation Reserve used for?
Through you, Madam Chair. Typically, we've used those reserves to offset some pressures that we have had in the past and to address any issues when we have housing-related items that need to be addressed. We'll bring reports back to council, and on some occasions, we'll have asked permission to use those funds to support a variety of different housing items.
Nope, I'm sorry, it's late at night, I still don't understand. And I'm not being glib, I really don't understand what you said.
So perhaps as a specific example, one of the things that we have used the funds for is to offset pressures that we've had with respect to building operations and maintenance and unit turnovers as one example, as a pressure that we've had in the past.
Okay.
Could I please have a motion to extend to 10:30? Councillor Jubenville, seconder. Councillor Doyle, thank you. Oh, sorry, show of hands, yep. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, was that everything you had?
I'm not 100% sure yet, truth be told. I guess what I'm asking is the Housing Services Operation Reserve, that's kind of used for like affordable housing and things like that, right? Sorta, kinda?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you ask that again?
The Housing Service Operation Reserve, when you talk about pressures and whatnot, that's used for like affordable housing and properties we own, right?
Correct.
So we're going to use the money that's traditionally set aside for dealing with pressures in affordable housing to enforce a bunch of rules that we couldn't understand a few minutes ago. And that the people in the audience couldn't understand a few minutes ago. And now we expect people, homeless people, to understand those rules that we don't understand anymore. And I don't know, I mean, my heart breaks for everybody that's involved in this. It really, really does. The things that the homeowners have had to put up with is unacceptable. It is. But I mean, we had an encampment at a parking lot. We all agreed it was a very bad idea and a very terrible place to be. And so it moved, and I thought that was going to be the end of it, but those people moved to the Thames River, and everybody agreed that was a very bad idea and it needed to go. And that's what happened, and then I was sure that was going to be the end of it. But then they moved to the PUC property, and everybody agrees it's very bad, and it needs to go. So I guess I'm sure tonight that this is going to be the end of it. The point is we're just kicking this around. We all admit that we're just kicking this around, that we're going to make it other people's problems no matter what we do. And, I mean, we've accomplished nothing tonight. That's the end of it, other than confusing a bunch of people, unfortunately, in politicking. And we'll continue to do it. And I think, I'm going to say it, I think we can solve homelessness in Chatham-Kent. I think we have to dehumanize people first, and then we can do some pretty terrible things to them, like making it hard to get care and support, like hiring a goon squad to vigorously enforce rules that we don't understand. And maybe we can come up with some other ones. We threw in some pretty good random distances, and we can force them to move, we can infringe on their rights, and they'll get the message, they'll move on, and we won't have to look at them anymore. We can go back to pretending the issue doesn't exist, but the issue does exist. And I'm very tired of all of this. And I feel for all the people. I don't know what we're trying to accomplish tonight. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor?
Yeah, I think I've said a lot of what I wanted to say tonight, but I just am left with a question on number 2. If we've said that there's no site for an encampment, I'm not sure what we're enforcing, to Councillor Thompson's point. So I don't know where this encampment response protocol bylaw officer would go, because there's no encampment. So I'm not sure what we're tasking them with doing. I don't have an answer, but.
Does anyone from staff want to provide any feedback on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for your comments. I think your comments are fair. I'm not quite sure how we're going to enforce this. I think it's going to be a little bit of a chasing game, a little bit of a whack-a-mole game. I'm not sure what we will accomplish or how we will accomplish it.
And if I can, Madam Chair, I agree, the number there that's in B, the 238,000, that was on the basis of there being likely one encampment, maybe two, and some estimate in terms of what the security and bylaw presence would be without having an encampment that fits our protocol. This number is really not relevant at this point. I think Mr. Solda would agree with me, because we didn't contemplate that there wouldn't be an encampment at all. So that is something that I don't think anyone can predict what it would be. We would likely have quite an effort moving people from where they are now, and probably, as somebody said, chasing people around. But I don't know what this number is going to be. So in fairness, this number is just an estimate based on what we thought would be one or two encampments that might fit our protocol. But if we're at zero, it's a different ballgame. So we may have to come back to you with what the costs are when we have a better understanding of what we're dealing with.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Sorry about that, Chair. I was having a difficult time getting my mute button to come up here for me, so sorry. Okay, so now what we've just done is, just to be clear, is what Councillor Wright said, and I think I just got this from our just previous conversation. So if we support this motion, 1, I won't go into 2 in the services, but if we support number 1, we're saying we have no encampment at all. And if we don't support it and this motion fails, where are we at? Like, where are we at? We have no bylaw, we have no, like, we've just removed the ability to having an encampment completely. And so, it's late. I'm as tired as everyone else. Everything Councillor Thompson said made a great amount of sense to me. And I find this very difficult right now. So If I vote no against number 1, am I voting for an encampment or no encampment, or does it even matter now?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave Taylor, certainly we're all trying to figure this out on the fly here, so welcome thoughts from other administrators. But I think as I read this, so there's two components. One is we haven't done the mapping for the rest of Chatham-Kent, so there may be a property that this protocol actually would continue to allow an encampment on. We just don't know that, as we discussed earlier. The second component is, functionally, if you voted against the bylaw, you still have amended the protocol. So the protocol still exists, which is kind of our expectations of persons who are sheltering on public lands, but there just is not enforcement terms in relation to that. I recognize the chief has sat beside me here, and maybe he has anything to add on that.
As for number 1, am I voting for the fact that we have no encampment availability for these people at all? Yes or no?
Yes, at least in relation to Chatham, with the reminder that we haven't done the assessment of the rest of Chatham-Kent.
Doing is pushing it out to somewhere else in Chatham-Kent.
Potentially,
Is that
except
correct?
that potentially, except we just haven't done the mapping to know whether any property meets this criteria in the rest of Chatham-Kent.
And I'm sorry, yeah, okay. I can't support any of it, I guess. I don't know, because they deserve a right to have a space. At least if they were moving to the other area, there was enough setback, and we were giving permission for the municipality to look at readjusting those recreational lines or moving those to another space. But I guess we're going to put recreation ahead of their ability to have a place to land through all of this. I feel for the people that live over on Grand, because, you know, I really feel for them, because, you know, it's not fair that we're putting them in that position. But now we have a spot where there could be all these setbacks and these distance, but now we're going to put recreation ahead of that. So, like, I don't even know how I can vote, and even when if I do vote, like, I don't know, if I abstain, I'm probably just making it worse too. So, you know, I don't know where I'm at. Okay, so I guess I'm done. Thanks for trying to help.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Councilor McGregor indicated exactly kind of what I think that our job is to provide staff direction, and we're setting policy with no direction on where to go from here. So, I mean, can we say a site? Like, why? I'm not sure why everybody, if we're making all these protocols, why does someone suggest a site? Like, I'm not sure understanding if it's the Irwin site, if that makes the most sense to the community. But like, what I don't want to see here is that we're making all these policies on Chatham, and then you have all our rural counselors that are here that are potentially going to get blindsided by a location that's going to be away from no services, more challenges, and way more impact to our community. So what we're doing right here at 10:30 at night is setting a major policy that we have no strategy or no direction for. And I don't know, to the CAO, like, is this something that we're, like, I just need to understand, because be frank to all the people over there, I did not know until, as Councillor Story said, that they are moving to that specific site. So I want to know, when I say yes to this, what's going to happen? Tomorrow they're going to go out and they're going to say, we set policy, they have 2 weeks, what's the process? And they're going to say, the outreach team, our staff's going to say, okay, we're going to bring you where? Where is that? All downtown, in the downtown core on benches? I have to this is a very important decision, and right now I have no information of what I'm making the decision on. So, you know, Mr. Dubin, like, can you just, I know that's, we're putting you in a challenging situation, but I need to understand, this is a critical, huge vote for our entire community, and we are giving you no answers, just suggestions. So I'm just looking for some methodology here to say yes or no.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, through you, Madam Chair, I would defer to Jody. I guess just before I do that, my comment would be, if there's nowhere for people to go according to a protocol, we don't know where they're going to go. They're gonna go all over the place. And it could be, staying in the neighborhood they're at now, it could be back downtown, it could be hidden somewhere like some of them are now. We just don't know. So certainly if the bylaw passes where we're at now, that is a risk. I don't know if Jody wants to add anything to that.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I don't know that I have a whole lot to add to that. I think what Mr. Taylor explained is my understanding of what this looks like as well. So if we don't have a bylaw, we are back to having a protocol. And as you are aware, we don't really have the authority to enforce a protocol. We certainly will work with individuals, but if we have no sites for individuals to go to, I am not sure what we're going to be doing. We're back to chasing people around and chasing them off, and I don't know where they're going to go. So I said before that some of the context is a little bit murky to me, and so we really do need to take this away, unpack it a little bit, and figure out what does this mean and what does it look like. The reality is, people are not going to be housed tomorrow or any time in the near future. They will remain unhoused, and we will be looking to see how do we enforce what we need to enforce and support individuals' rights at the same time. So I don't have a good answer. We need to unpack this a little bit more.
So once again, I hate to sound like a broken record. So we're going to be saying yes to enforcing the bylaw with no mediation or going forward at all. So we're going to say, yes, we're going to enforce it. You have to leave. We just can't tell you where to go or what lands you're going to. So we're just going to, and just to clarify your comments earlier, Mr. Dubin, the reason why I put private property as well, because this is exactly what I feared, that to make sure that our bylaw enforcement officers can, because some of the schools that have been purchased that have not been, mitigated or remediated are now private sites that could be if there's an absent owner. So that's exactly why I changed the verbiage to say, to ensure that it's private property too, because what we don't want is be chasing people into other areas that we have less jurisdiction on with no right abilities to address this. And I know I'm taking a lot of time on the floor here, but I want to know what I'm voting on and what we're going to tell these people when they're all downtown on the street with nowhere else to go. And then we have all the businesses contacting us saying that they have no place to sleep. So can someone just say a site, like a suggestion? I don't want to be an outlier counselor and suggest a Ward 6 site for that. I don't think that's fair and accurate. So I think that somebody from the Ward 6 should suggest a site if that's where the predominant issue is. So that's just my comments, because I'm not going to support this because I don't know anything at all what it is saying. When there was a couple sites, I was supportive. Now I'm like, okay, they're going to stay there. They can stay this site. Like, it doesn't make any sense what we're doing right now. Zero.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel tonight we're kicking these people to the curb. Nowhere to go. We've resolved nothing here. We went backwards on it. We need to take another night to resolve this. Not try to do it at 10:30 either. I'm sorry, folks, but they've got to look at something here. This is not the answer to put them all out on the street. Like, we have to do something. I don't know what it is. We need another night to talk about it. We've got to come up with a plan. Somebody's got to come up with a plan.
Councillor Wright, that would be a motion to...
I'll make a motion that we have even if we call a special meeting, something, just to try to resolve this.
We do have an additionally scheduled meeting on August 25th already. We also need an extension. Councillor Jubenville for 15 minutes. A seconder for a very short extension, Councillor B. McGregor. Thank you. All in favor? Okay. Councillor Wright, back to you.
We're not going to get this resolved tonight. Like, that's obvious. The next meeting that we've called, next week's AMO, I believe, so there won't be hardly anybody around. We can't do it next week, the week after. That gives staff time here. gives us more ways to look at.
So that would be, not to put words in your mouth, but a motion to postpone to the August 25th, 2025 meeting?
Yep. But can we move ahead with like the enforcement officer and that where we are now, like to try to get some of it resolved?
I think, Counselor Wright, that would be premature because as there was discussion earlier, item 2 directly relates to item 1, if I understand correctly. So it would probably not make sense to vote on either tonight if that motion passes, because that would be directly impacted by number 1. Is there any additional comments from staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Administration is just speaking, and if council is looking for that list to come back for other areas throughout the municipality rather than just city of Chatham, then potentially it should maybe be the September meeting to give staff enough time to look at those locations to bring them back.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, I probably sound like a broken record. I think the concern with that, and again, I am not I'm a Ward 6 councillor, but that then takes that same approach to the rural communities that will not be aware that that's coming as either. But I think this has been a very challenging discussion. The nature of it is extremely serious, and I think the fact that we're all really trying our best, even with differing views, shows how serious we are taking this, and I apologize that there's been a lot of different discussion, but everyone around this table is trying to get it right. That's all I would say to that. So if there is a motion on the floor, sorry, can I ask a quick question? If that motion, no matter what passed tonight, that encampment on Grand Ave would not be moving immediately anyway. Is that correct?
We have no place to put them because we voted it out on the recreation side.
Right. So in that context, deferring it to August 25th would not necessarily change anything anyway. And not in terms of folks would not be moving tomorrow regardless. So we could technically discuss it on the 25th.
Personally, I think we need more time and do it right. Because if we do it again, and then we got another community upset with us, we're just pushing it around the city here.
That is correct.
We're gonna be right back in it in a month if we do it.
Councillor, can we, Councillor Bondi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we do this deferral, could I make an amendment that we get a report on the availability of beds at the shelter, just so that we have all the information, because that hasn't really come up, like some sort of analysis of, do we have availability? Because, we're saying, well, there's nowhere for them to go. Well, is there? I don't know. It's just for information. It doesn't even have to be an official amendment. Nobody's got to vote on it. If I could just get, an agreement that, just so that we have a better understanding of what kind of desperate situation we're in. Do we have availability at the shelter?
The shelter is closing next week, is my understanding, so there will be,
Oh,
the
right,
shelter
we're going
does
to be
not.
doing this until September. Sorry, my mistake. I'm
So,
losing track
yeah,
of how.
I don't disagree, but
goofy this
that
is. All right,
option
yeah,
is not
I get it. That
on
was,
the table.
okay. Oh, well, and again, it doesn't have to be amended. We don't have to vote on it, but could we get an analysis of the availability of the cabins? Because I don't know if they're going to be full or not. Again, not an amendment, I'm just asking for information that could come to us before the next meeting, whenever we're discussing this again, whether that be in August or September, because we're clearly not going to wrap it up after 8.5 hours of discussion.
Yeah, I understand we should have visibility on who's moving into the cabins by the 25th. We won't have it, we don't have it now, but the first group from the shelter would move over, and then we'll see how many people from the encampment would move over. But I understand by the 25th, we'll have that information for you.
Great, so next time we talk this thing out, we'll have that information. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yes.
here, and which means we haven't voted on anything past the last motion. Does that mean that last motion on the recreational areas can come back on the floor the next time we meet?
If there's any reconsideration, it'll be the next meeting and therefore requires a 2/3 vote for reconsideration.
The next meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
We have a seconder for Councillor Wright's motion. Yes, so Mr. Quinton has suggested that in order to allow for sufficient time for staff to come back, that would be the September
22nd is what they're saying.
September 22nd, 2025. Councillor Wright, that is your motion. Keep the vulgarities in the audience to a minimum. I know there is some frustration, but we still need to respect decorum. Thank you.
When I wanted to extend it was to the next council meeting, like not a month from now, so.
Well, that is your motion, so you
Yeah.
can still put it on the floor, and we can vote on that, and if that fails, someone
Try it
else
for
can
the
put a
next-
motion on for
next
the
council
22nd.
meeting? Yeah.
Is that speaking to the, are you seconding it, Councillor Thompson? Or are you asking
I
a
would
question on the
second it, and I
motion?
have a couple of comments, but yes.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi had his hand up first, but that. if
Just a
we're
quick question
seconding-
to Madam Clerk and to the CAO. If we pass this with a 1B that states something similar like task staff, so we start the process and then task staff to bring back sites most suitable with minimum impact on nearby residents that adheres as close as possible to the protocols passed tonight, could we not at least start the process of going through, at least getting the wheels in motion, knowing that what the report that they brought back to us has now changed a little bit with some of the directions that we've added, and then they're able to bring back a report that's essentially stating that it's maybe not exactly what we've passed, but it's as close to conformity as possible, that at least starts the process, and then it will give us some additional decisions before we actually make the decision, but at least it allows the process to begin. That's saying that we are going to look for a more suitable site. Maybe that's something that's Councillor Wright's motion's on the floor, if that's what has to pass, but I'm saying this at least gives the community some, like that we are actually starting the process, I guess.
I don't, that may not need a motion, but that maybe could be something that could be included, Jody? Is that possible?
So I'm a little bit confused as to what's actually being asked of us and the timing in terms of when things need to come back. So my suggestion is that we will not be able to bring back a fulsome report that does an analysis across Chatham-Kent by the August 25th meeting. It is simply not possible. That work, we need it done well, and we won't be able to meet the August the 25th timeline. It will be a struggle to get it back for the September the 8th meeting. If that is in fact what you're wanting us to do, we will certainly do our best to get it back to us. There is a lot of work and analysis that needs to go in and many considerations that go just beyond the property in terms of legally what are we able to do, and some properties need to be consulted with other members of other departments as well so that they can provide some insight. So it's not a simple, straightforward look at the properties and give us a list. There's other things that need to be factored. So we can maybe get something for September the 8th. The following meeting would certainly give us enough time to be able to provide you with the information that you need. I understand the time constraints. I understand the importance of this issue. We will do our best to bring back what council would like us to bring back and when, and to meet the timelines.
Thank you, Jody. Is there anything again, I'm not trying to extend the conversation, but if we are leaving status quo for the moment, I see Chief Early is in the council chambers. Chief Early, do you anticipate any concerns from a policing perspective with that decision, that if we are not deciding on a location tonight?
Thank you for the question. No, it'd be status quo from our position. You do have some protocols in place that we work with ROC. I stepped up here because if you did vote and have something where no one can go, it then becomes more of a police issue because the city owns the PUC and now they're technically trespassing. We would then have to work through Dave and his legal team because he would have to get an injunction from the courts to have them physically removed. Because I can tell you that it would be, I don't think I would want to instruct my officers to go in there and remove people from a trespass situation, only to move them again within about 15 minutes, and again, and again, and again. That's what we're running into right now with the private areas. So I would just use caution with this. Not to say we wouldn't, but it's a very long legal process that I would have to work with Dave and his team on before we could do that moving forward. But as you've asked, if nothing happens tonight, it's status quo. Calls for service are going up as expected. We're there quite a bit, but we're handling it as we can.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional perspective. So right now, we still have a motion on the floor from Councillor Wright. Yes, Councillor Wright.
Tonight we heard about Irving Street, but we never heard what setbacks we'd need to put into place to make it work. Perhaps we could have different sites in the setbacks that we need to make these sites work. Like, nobody said how many feet tonight Irving would have worked. Like, it's just, some things could have been discussed a little more there. Thank you.
I think there was a variety of maps in that report, but it might have been worth reviewing those. Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. I think, I respect the comments made by Councillor Wright, Councillor Thompson, and some others. I think the decision that we were circling around is, are we sanctioning one site, or are we comfortable with a protocol and bylaw that leaves open multiple sites? So I don't want to make a motion or provide direction, but I would suggest that comparing the legal frameworks and considerations of those two decisions would be helpful in that report. Because we very nearly went to one sanctioned site tonight, and I don't think we understand the outcomes and what is involved in that process versus a bylaw and protocol that leaves open sort of non-municipally directed options for those homeless people to shelter on. So I would encourage us to have more information about those comparative differences when we're considering this again, if that's the direction we choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we will need one more extension, but we cannot go past 11 o'clock. So I apologize for the 15-minute increments. I thought that might be a reasonable opportunity, but we will need one more extension, please. Councillor McGregor, followed by, seconded by Councillor Jubenville. All in favor? Thank you. We still have Councillor Wright's motion on the floor. Do you want to leave it as August 25th, Councillor Wright?
We could try for that. See, I don't know, like, if that's possible or not, so.
Okay, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. So I agree with Councillor Wright, and here's where I'm at. It's 10:45, and we spent the last 15 minutes doing absolutely nothing because it's 10:45, and we're not at our best, right? We're just not. And I agree with Councillor Wright. I think even if we all just went away and came back fresh, we could probably have a far better discussion. We just could. We could have some conversations, behind the scenes, and we would be fresh and be ready to go. And to the residents, I get it. I really do. August 25th is a long way out, but it's better than making a bad decision or a decision you don't like tonight. And that's what we got to do. We got to make a decision that we can all get to. So we got to go home. We got to get fresh legs under us, and we got to basically start fresh at the next meeting. And I agree with Councillor Wright on that front. We're not going to make a great decision. There's no silver bullet coming in the next 14 minutes.
Just to confirm, you seconded that, Councillor Thompson?
Yippers.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on that motion? I believe that it's one last vote, Mayor Caniff.
Counselor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 11-3 and 1 abstained.
Yes, so my suggestion is we just skip the rest of the agenda and put it in our next meeting, and we just need to pass the bylaws, that's all. Everybody okay with that? Anybody objecting to that? Councilor Juneville?
Can I just read my notice of motion so it can be voted on the next? Or is there a lot of notices of motions? Is there? No. Okay. It just kind of applies to what's going on, so that's why. But that's okay. Fair's fair.
Why don't we spend the 3 minutes now and just read the through? So I'll go to Councilor Anderson. You ready to go with yours? And then Councilor Juneville, then Councilor Story.
Pull over.
Okay, thank you. Whereas the homeless crisis has been exacerbated in recent years in Chatham-Kent due to many societal issues, and whereas many persons who find themselves living in encampments across Chatham-Kent are living with addictions and mental health issues, and whereas the same people find it difficult to live in shelters like Victoria Park Place and the new transitional cabins, Pathways on Park, due to their addictions and mental health issues, and whereas Chatham-Kent is faced with an unsanctioned encampment crisis that is affecting many of our residents and businesses across the municipality, and whereas moving the occupants of the encampments from one location to another across Chatham and Chatham-Kent is only providing a Band-Aid solution but not treating the root cause of the encampments, which is addictions and mental health issues. And whereas Chatham-Kent has not received suitable funding from upper levels of government to earmark towards treatment facilities that provide support, services, supervision, counseling, specific supportive housing, treatment, and recovery for those living with addictions and mental health issues. Therefore, be it resolved that Chatham-Kent Council instructs staff to investigate and research options for a treatment facility and or an specific supportive housing center using best practices and consulting successful similar facilities, and approach potential partners to return with a report to provide solutions and costs involved in order to operate a treatment facility or an issue-specific supportive housing center to combat the addiction and mental health crisis in Chatham-Kent in a time-sensitive manner. Thank you.
Councilor Anderson, do you want the clerk to read yours? Would it be easier?
Yeah, actually, yes, thank you.
Okay, and then Councilor Story.
Okay, on behalf of Councillor Anderson, whereas Chatham-Kent citizens have a great respect for our veterans and the role of Legion branches, and whereas the Wheatley Legion was permanently displaced from the gas issue in downtown Wheatley, and whereas the Wheatley Legion has purchased land at 25 and 27 Talbot Road West, Wheatley, and has developed detailed plans to build a new building with construction planned this fall, and whereas if the Wheatley Legion was able to rebuild at their original location, they would have been exempt from development charges under the development charges bylaw, likely would not have incurred planning fees, and would have remained exempt from property taxes, and whereas MPAC does not exempt Legions from assessments until the building is built and occupied, so therefore the Legion is receiving tax bills. And whereas there are development charge fees of approximately $6,500, building permit fees of approximately $17,000, planning fees of approximately $4,900, and property tax for late 2024 and 2025 of approximately $3,100 charged by the Chatham-Kent and the Chatham-Kent PUC for the new building of the property. Therefore, be it resolved that Chatham-Kent Council grant approximately $92,500 from strategic reserves to transfer to the various divisions to offset the development charges, building permit fees, planning fees, and the 2024 and 2025 property taxes for the Wheatley Legion new building project, and continue to grant taxes in 2026 until the impact assessment exemption can be granted.
Just a correction, Your Worship, it was 67,500 for the development charges, not 6,750.
Okay, and Councillor Story.
I'll wait. Mayor Caniff, I'll wait.
Okay. Closed session reports, Councillor.
I did have one as well, but my motion was very similar to Councillor Jubenville's motion, so I will just work with her on any friendly amendments. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Story, can I get a closed session report, please? No, okay, we'll skip it. Going to go to first and second reading. Councillor Wright and Councillor B. McGregor.
I'll move that.
Second by Councillor B. McGregor. Anyone
Seconded.
opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Crew.
So moved.
Second.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Closure of council. Councillor Story and Councillor Finn, can I get you to wrap it up, please?
So move, Mayor Caniff. Oh, we're still doing that? Oh, I apologize. I thought we moved past it. Sorry about that. Council-directed administration on litigation and advice. Oh, I so moved that we close the meeting.
And I will
I
second.
so second it.
Sorry, thank you.